Good
Oh,
morning.
fine.
Welcome to No Man's Sky Rendezvous Challenge Day 2. So, give me some time to wake up. So, you missed yesterday. We started doing what's called a Rendezvous Challenge, where me and a friend are trying to find each other in the galaxy. We will not have the use of like multiplayer or like the Nexus to really find each other. We have to find each other the old-fashioned way. We are using our third-party tool called the Pilgrim Star Path to kind of dictate how far we are from each other. So we are using that. We're not going completely blind because that will take forever. But if you see the little map down the bottom right-hand corner that I have, that is basically where we left off yesterday. We're still very, very far from each other. I believe we are, I think, over a couple thousand jumps away from each other. I am trying to upgrade my um, ship. I did stop yesterday to grind for most of the time to get uh, an S class multi tool that spawned at my opening station. So now that we have everything, now we get to start warping and trying to get closer and closer to each other. So hopefully today is a lot more action packed. So without further ado, I'm going to start the timer. And keep in mind, this timer goes for about an hour. Every hour, you put it start. See, it pops up. There it goes. So every hour, when that timer goes out, we have to do some type of challenge from the challenge wheel. We'll get to that when we get there. So I'm going to start the rendezvous challenge. We'll go ahead and get started.
Do you have Discord turned on?
Yeah, it's turned on. They can hear you.
Okay.
All I had to do was put a another track in there for Discord, and you can be able to hear. I can mute this. I can mute Discord, but I didn't mute Discord because it's not on the opening screen, the intro screen.
No, yeah, I just remember yesterday you had forgotten it.
Yeah, I forgot to add it as a track. Ooh, let me load in.
Okay, so no longer an issue.
No longer an issue. Okay.
What?
Yeah. All right. How are we
Game is
feel?
safe.
How are you feeling today? I just talked to you not too long ago, but how are you feeling this morning?
More tired than yesterday, but hopefully that won't last too long.
Yeah. Let's see. Can I get an exosuit upgrade just by buying it? No, it's not the proper way to do it. 5,000 units? That's not bad. It's when it starts getting to the couple million is when it's bad. Okay. So yesterday, we did some challenges. I think some of us had to finish it up. Had to finish them up off stream, so it'd be kind of boring. But basically yesterday, for her, like that's the S class thing I got. This is my ship. I've got it upgraded with a C upgrade to the for hyperdrive, which I don't know why it's up there. Right here. Put there, so that it gives us range. It's be 183.1 range. So the Pilgrim says we were 800 and something jumps away with a 1600 light year jump range. Um, hopefully I will get there at some point, but right now I'm just trying to survive. So let's start. Let's start with 2 planetary charts. Uh, start do that. Let's start doing that and see if we can get some money, and then we'll start warping away. We did have to, with our difficulty settings, put the fuel usage to expensive. So we use a lot more resources when we use our mining lasers and launch thrusters, stuff like that. That was one of our challenges from yesterday. Get in there. Okay. But hopefully, it won't be much of a problem. Okay, let's warp. Also, for right now, multiplayer is disabled until we get to the same system, and then we'll turn it on and find each other. We might have to go in a group at that point, but at that point, the challenge would have been finished. So we decided to meet at the Galactic Core. So that's where we're heading. Is to the Galactic Core.
I might try and find a black hole.
Yeah, we might try black holes to see where that gets us, but that does have the caveat of spitting us out at random places. It might actually get us closer. So that's what they used to be. They used to get you closer. But sometimes they now. Let's see.
Yeah, him spit us out literally anyway.
Yeah. So we'll see. If I come across a black hole, I might take it. Just to see. But also have the caveat of pushing me way back out there, away from you even more.
Oh, for anyone who was here yesterday and is curious, I did make the 13 million to upgrade my starship inventory, and I have installed a C rank mod.
Woo. We'll just have to take your word for it. Because right now we don't have really any way of really.
I mean, I can take a screenshot of the inventory to show you the mod, but I can't show you my inventory before that because I didn't think to take a screenshot for that.
That's fine. I wouldn't worry about it much. All right, let's see what we have. Okay. Get in here. These. Gonna put this in here for now. Abandoned building. Another abandoned building. They are not going to give me a show. They are just not. Yeah. Which is fine, because, you know. Get out of here. Which is fine, because larval cores are more fun. Journey milestone accomplished. Cool.
Money making?
Yeah. I mean, the Starship is the easy way to make money. It's the easier way. Just grab
Me, I
it.
haven't looked at the new Journey milestone page.
Oh, it's a freighter. But also, I'll have. Hanging around here, I might have
Getting
pirates.
your freighter already?
No, I mean, there's a derelict broken freighter in the middle of space.
Oh.
I would hit that, but that's probably pirates all over the place. And this ship is not a fighter. Okay.
This is a very different way of playing the game for me. Normally I would stop and make a base here because it's pretty.
Well, no. Can't really do that. Alright. So, go here, see what's in here. Seems they got rid of the tentacles. Okay.
Okay, so that's what I can make. Okay, so it takes 3 warp cells to get 50% instead of 2 now.
Yeah, it's I think it's. Yeah, I think it's 6 warp cells for 100%.
Oh, very technology. Let's get some
Alright.
money.
This-
That's not
Alright. Let me go ahead and get this navigational data.
So for anyone who might care, we have pretty much confirmed that Indigo, his spiderling, is almost definitely.
Mm. It's definitely pre-molt. She cut out, but yeah. If you're around, if you're a constant viewer of mine, you know that I am raising a tarantula from a baby to a full-grown boy or girl. We don't know the gender yet. Um,
To be fair, I don't think they have genders yet.
I think they might have it. Um,
It's usually not established until they're juvenile. I think that's the like cutoff for being spiderling versus a juvenile. Is juveniles have sex.
yeah. Okay. Oh my god, this thing's so strong. This new gun I have, it's very, very strong.
Isn't
Bolt
that the
cat.
point?
Yeah, bolt caster just chews through do the things. Do I have anything? Nope.
I don't think I'm ever gonna run out of that hydrogen.
Oh, come on.
What's up?
The way the controller works when you're trying to aim at the larva cores,
Oh,
it's kind of iffy, and you only have a certain amount of time before you can before they start counting
yeah, the
on you.
larval.
Yeah, larva core because you have
And the
to.
larval cores would disappear.
Yep. We have a certain limit of time, but also it's hard to like. There you go. There we go. All right. Is there any more? Oh, no.
I don't remember what perfume is used for. Except for a couple, like, repairs and that shit.
What?
I don't remember what perfume is used for. Except for a
The
couple,
the red stuff?
fixes and cash credits.
The red stuff?
No. No. Is the Paradise Planet resource. Like ammonia is for toxic or phosphorus is for the volcanic one.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay. So, let's see. Please give me something other than an abandoned building. Abandoned building detected. Wonderful. Okay, well, we'll end this planet with an abandoned building, I guess. Alright, there. There. Oh, come on. Atmosphere must be super high. Yeah, atmosphere is all the way out here. Down here. Can we go now? There we go.
did you start the timer?
Yeah, timer's been started.
Okay. Sorry, I'm being a doofus.
You're being a doofus.
You probably told me that and I just forgot it immediately after you told me.
Hey, that's like me. I can't remember what I did 5 minutes ago. Alright, let's go in here. Collect all the little resources. Because they do help.
I have over 1,000 dihydrogen now.
Good. Make jelly out of it. Here come journey erupt. That's a horrible way to die.
What is?
Come together, aid me in my journey. Nice. Bunch of nanites. 150 nanites to be exact. Nice. That's a lot of nanites. I could actually use that. Alright. I kind of parked the ship really, really close to this building. So, I'm going to, let's see. Let's see which one is the... Oh. Which one is the... Got the most of them. That's right there. So, do this one. This. And then you go all the way over here. Alright, cool. Woo! Let's go to that health.
Okay, copper. That's much more.
Woo! Okay, over here. I think there's a few more over here. I might have got them all. Yeah, that's it. Okay. That's the way it automatically puts it into my thing. Alright. Oh! Well, I broke one of my things.
What's what?
I need another wiring loom. Because, I'm getting... I'm finally taking damage because I'm getting hit by those things because I'm trying my best to, get through. Alright, cool. So I finally broke one of my things.
Where'd you break?
What was it? The frictionless exhaust, the jetpack upgrade. So I can fix. I just need a wiring loom. How many wiring looms do I need for it? Just one. That's not that bad. Ooh, particular. Somebody's discovered the system, so that's pretty cool. exactly.
Oh, that looks cool.
Okay. Buy Larry Loom. So I can fix this part right here. Fix it. Alright, cool. Nothing else is broken. Good. Alright, for the next system, I'm gonna go over here. The get guy.
So, out of curiosity, what challenge are you dreading the most?
Scrap your ship. Because
Fair.
I'm a very solo person. I don't really buy a whole lot of ships. So I usually stick with like one main ship for a while, and if I built this thing to upgrade, and then I get that thing, and I have to delete it, it's gonna be very very sad. So I have to go back and start all the way over again. Hopefully, I'll have some money saved up so that I can just go and buy a new ship. All right.
Yeah, hopefully.
Mhm.
Okay, so what are you most hoping to roll?
Uh. Huh? What am I most looking forward to? Uh.
On the challenge wheel,
I
which one
have.
do you want to roll?
There's so many of them. Uh. I mean, any of the ones that are kind of like tame a creature or learn 10 words. Build an exocraft would be really cool because I can build a mech and I can have that to run around in. Um, smuggle a black market item. That seems very very good, very interesting, very fun. Um, probably the best one will be to redeem a expedition reward or redeem a Twitch drop. So those would be
Yeah,
the two big ones I'll be doing.
I'm kind of hoping for a Twitch drop so I can get a multi-tool.
I mean, I'll probably end up getting a. Oh, there it goes. I probably end up getting a ship. Uh,
Fair.
cause I already
What
have
ship
the.
would you want? One of the fighters?
I mean, it will depend on like which day it is, cause like we only have one ship right now, so it'd have to be that one. And I'll have that, and
Yeah.
I'll probably keep that ship as a backup just in case I have to scrap the ship. Um. So let's see. All right, what was it doing? Oh, that's right. Launch thrusters. There. Oh, that's right. It only costs two ship launch fuel to fill up the launch thrusters. Cause yeah. Pulse engine.
So
Where
it
is
used to
that?
cost only one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I also have upgrades on it too, which
Oh,
yeah, like I went to the Nexus and just spent my nanites on getting the upgrades for the launch fuel, the launch thrusters, to make it where it lasts so long. And then I found a C class upgrade for the hyperdrive, so I'm gonna add more to that one. I could go back actually to that station
okay.
and see if they have
I
one.
bought
You bought what?
I bought a C class for the hyperdrive.
Yeah, I bought one
Because
too.
one of my things was I had to buy a C class upgrade.
Maybe I bought it from the hyperdrive just because. that's for the exosuit. That's for exo crafts. Oh, he is bugging out. All right.
All right.
Right.
I want to see if I can get the nanites for an even better hyperdrive thing.
I might need to
Or
start.
launch thrusters. Because those two are going to get used a lot.
Okay, now I got another C class upgrade for the hyperdrive, and it's I got 241.4 light years per jump.
Nice.
Yep. All right. Galaxy map. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. That sucks. All right.
Yeah.
I got the freighter mission, but the journey milestone cut it off. Well, it still says save the freighters, and I'm about to lose so much stuff that I'm going to have to repair. Cool. Hyperdrive critically damaged by starship fire. Cool. I have to fix that. This is not a fighter ship at all. There. Alright. How many left?
Technology recharge.
Okay. Four people remaining.
You got this.
We're flying so close to the actual freighter. I don't want it. Okay, that guy's gotta go. That guy with the thing has gotta go. With the laser beam.
Oh. Yeah.
I mean, I can't find him because he's so fast. Oh my goodness. The shield upgrades are gone. Right. He is gone. Gotta take care of the other guys. Cool. Alright. This last pirate. Got it.
Does he get to pick a freighter today?
I don't know. Okay. What are you gonna do? Okay, I can't. Life must be a captain. This freighter looks greatly relieved. Gesture to welcome aboard their vessel. Communication. Okay. So,
Alert. Navigational data received.
go to this freighter. Got this freighter right here. Alright, hyperdrive is completely broken. I need two microprocessors and chromatic metal to fix it. shield thing's broken. I need
Oof.
one wiring loom and chromatic metal and sodium. So I got a lot of stuff to fix. It's not too bad though. So I just go find some copper and make some chromatic metal. Oh wait, where's... There he is. There he is. Inspect freighter. That was a B-class freighter. That's good. Let's see. Warp efficiency is
Might be worth
0.3.
grabbing.
Hyperdrive range is 1.0. I wish it gave the actual hyperdrive range. So, but it doesn't. It just says the
Yeah,
hyperdrive
it's not
range
really very clear about that.
1.0. But I'm pretty sure it's a lot further than our little ships can go. So, alright, I went ahead and got the ship. So I have
Okay.
a freighter. I have a freighter now.
Congratulations on being a freighter owner.
Yeah.
Fleet commander.
A fleet. Well, I can. You can have a
No,
fleet.
no, you
Without,
have.
you can have a fleet without a freighter. Because you can go to people at stations and ask them to be a part of your fleet.
No. That's
Yeah.
squadron stuff.
Or a squadron. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you can ask them to be. A fleet is yeah, I can. All right. Cool. I don't know if I'll use the freighter because the materials are very, very, very. There's a lot for them, the warp and stuff like that. Plus, I don't have anything. It doesn't have any like hyperdrive thing, so I don't know what to fill up. The warp.
Isn't it just the same thing? Warp cells?
No, it's a different type of warp cells, but there is no technology in there, in the freighter. So
What?
yeah, there is no technology in the freighter. I don't know how I'm supposed to fill up the warp thing. The warp.
That's odd.
Yeah, this is something else.
Freighters used to have technologies.
Maybe I have to build the room. I'll try that in a second. Suspicious mining beam.
You got one from a crit?
Yeah, from a pirate. Right, cool. I think I have to build. I think that's what it is. You have to build the rooms for the things in order to have the technology installed. I'll go check that out in a second.
Oh, excuse me.
But first, I gotta repair my ship.
Units received.
Well, technically, I smuggled something from the black market. Smuggled contraband.
I don't think it.
No, it doesn't count towards the challenge because it hasn't been there yet. But I'll have to find a pirate system. Okay. here. Get nanites. Alright. Let's go back to the freighter and see if I can install anything onto it. Because they did do sort of an overhaul with the freighters not too long ago.
And stuff might have changed with the inventory update.
Yeah. Yeah, because freighter doesn't have anything on technology. And I can't install anything either. So. But I can warp it to me. So I'm gonna check and see if I can. If not, I'll look it up later on. But I do believe it's just the rooms. Okay, that's expeditions. Upgrade and customize freighter. Okay, there you go. One salvage frigate module. I don't know where you get salvage frigate modules, but that's how you
Uh,
upgrade stuff.
you send the freighters out on missions.
This means I have to buy frigates.
Yeah, I think you can also potentially get them from Nexus missions.
Yeah. Alright, I need to make some tones.
Like some what?
Tones for the freighters to send them out.
Oh, tons of fuel.
Yeah, which I don't. I have to get a frigate module to unlock the tones. Recipe for the tones. So base parts and upgrades. Okay, freighter corridor, fleet command room. Cultivation chamber, refiner chamber. Oh, blueprint already known. That's the color. Yeah, yeah. In order to unlock the frigate fuel, 50 tones, you need a salvage frigate module. Fleet port map. I don't. How do you install a hyperdrive in there then?
Hmm.
I am not sure. I am not sure. Uh. About right here. There. I need fleet command room, which I can't build. Galactic trade room, can't build that either. Storage room. Need terranium. Oh, never mind. You just go to the thing and download the data for it, I guess? Okay. Go in here. Guess talk to weapons terminal. Armor required. Okay. Go talk to him. You protect potential expeditions. Alright. Now I can make tones. How much are they? 8 terranium. Make it. I honestly don't know how to install a freaking hyperdrive in my freighter. Because my freighter basically has nothing. All I had to do is go and talk to this guy in the fleet room, and it gave me all the stuff to make tones and stuff.
That sounds.
The tones and the for the upgrade stuff. So I have that unlocked at least. Uh, I mean, I have the upgrades for the warp drive, but I don't have an actual warp drive. That is so strange. I don't have anything. So, whatever. I will look this up later. Right now, we need to go to the planetary stuff. Oh, I also need to fix that, so. Resource. Oh. Huh, that's really weird. So my freighter X might
If
be
you
useless.
go to the thing, does it let you warp
No,
to the menu?
no. You go to the warp menu, it says no hyperdrive installed. So you cannot go anywhere. And it doesn't give me the recipe to build one either. So it's like literally no technology in that ship. So I'm wondering if it's just a bust. If it's just a very, very bad thing. Because it won't let me make. Okay. Alright, so sodium nitrate, need that. Need some dihydrogen. Always need that. But I need some copper to make chromatic metal out of. I also need to look for salvage data too, so I can make a little bit more. Alright, where is... Ooh, humming sacks. There's one right there. There.
Toxic protection falling.
I need hazmat.
Protection falling.
Oh,
Technology recharge.
I need the hazmat gauntlet bad because I'm in a cave getting suffocated basically. And I can't pick up the thing, or I can't shoot the thing either.
Toxic protection.
All in the name of money. Come on,
Toxic protection falling.
get the thing. Can I not get the thing?
Toxic protection falling.
Oh my goodness. Can I not get the get the thing, period.
Toxins detected.
There we go. I can get this one,
Toxic
but I can't get this one. It's glitched. There. Where is the hole I made? I think it's like right here. Alright, it's gone. I need some cobalt too.
And cobalt's pretty easy to find.
Yeah, in a cave, so might as well get some on here. Cool. Where is that hole I built? It's up here. Okay. Now, copper. It is super far away. Is there any copper that's closer? Yeah, there's one right there.
protection.
Copper. That's cobalt. I think it makes copper with cobalt. Alright. Okay. Copper. God dang it. Got 11 minutes till our first challenge of the day. Woo.
Exciting.
Yeah, it's been a pretty. I mean, it's a lot more exciting than yesterday. So, especially with starting
Yeah,
off
more
and everything. Okay. Where is my ship? It's over there.
Probably don't want to lose that.
Alright. Oop. Why do I... Oh, okay, craft creature pellets. That's cool. I'm gonna put it in my ship for later, just in case I find a pet. Ashes of the cat. I learned the Gek word. Forget.
Good job.
Right. Just make some chromatic metal.
Technology recharge.
Copper. All I'll use making like 2 chromatic metal so I can have it. Alright, what else do I need to fix my ship? Chromatic metal, I need 2 more hyperprocessors. Cool. I need sodium. Okay. Sodium, where are you at? Okay, you're over there. Very easy. Alright. Okay. Alright, now I need to look for these better technologies. So I can get some stuff. Money. Too bad I haven't found ancient bones yet. Is that
So much.
is that like a particular part of your visor? What's the target speed?
No,
Because all I'm getting is very
it
technology.
is particular planets though.
Okay. Alright, cool.
Like you want to find like a bone rich planet.
Okay, fair enough. This one's just berry technology is still worth a lot. Cool. Over there. Ooh. Oh, this is floating air. How nice of it. Where? Alright, is there any more around here?
Thermal protection falling.
Okay, there's none around here. But there are some honey sacks. How much are those pearls worth anyway? Oh. They're worth okay.
Toxins detected. Toxins detected. Toxic protection falling.
Cool. I think that's all of them. There we go. Up and at 'em. Okay. There's a lot of humming sacks here. So head back to my ship. big dip there. Alright, got micromatic metal. Let's see what else can I. Alright, so that's repaired. That's alright. I still need a wiring loom. So I still need a wiring loom and 2 more microprocessors, and then this is done. So I'm gonna go around here and just shoot these. Oh, I need to pick up my refiner. And get my navigational data. Alright. Alright. Oh, really? Turn around. Turn around. Alright, back away. Waiting for one more. More hit. I can't aim down. That's kind of nuts. Whatever. Screw it. I can't get that one, so I can't aim down. Alright, well I got some cool stuff out of it. Yeah. Really good stuff out of it.
What are you trying to get that you can't aim down for?
Huh?
What are you trying to get that you can't aim down for?
So I found a Sentinel reservoir that if you destroy it, you can get rare materials from it. A reserve,
Oh, that's
basically.
cool. The depots.
Yeah. Alright, I need uranium. But basically, like I was high enough where I could aim down, but it wouldn't let me aim down. To get that last one, so I'm like, just screw it, I don't care.
Oh, ow, ow.
Gold. Alright. Yep, it is time for a challenge. Okay. Let's get back. Let's get over to here. Back to this. Alright, so who's gonna get the challenge this time? You. Looks like.
Me again?
Yep. Alright, who it is? What is it gonna do? What's it gonna do? What's it gonna be?
What do I have to do?
Buy a new multi-tool.
back on the money grind, I guess.
Mm-hmm. That's how it works. All right. Let me get this. Let me go back to the game. Let me get
You're gonna
this.
get to the Galactic Center. It'll be like, all right, where are you, Rose? Oh, I haven't moved. I'm stuck grinding money forever.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
All right. There we go. We're back. Back on the grind. Oh, hold on a second. I'll need to stop that. I'm gonna redo it again. This 12 start. Okay, close enough. All right. Okay. Uh, bunch of freighters just spawned in. Nothing to worry about really.
I'd be able to buy one.
Eh. All right.
Warning. Threat
Oh,
detected.
really?
Technology recharge.
Can't I just go to the station?
What's wrong?
No. Pirate detected. Hopefully, don't throw me out of warp.
Uh, uh, do they ever not throw you out of port?
Yeah. Cool. Have I got this upgrade over here yet? I think I have. But it usually goes straight to the station. Yeah, I did. Okay. What about upgrade from here? For the hyperdrive. It's all C-class hyperdrives.
Received.
All C-class hyperdrive modules.
The S classes cost like 600 something nanites.
Yeah, but well, I have 488. I can get some. If they had like an S-class module, I'll stay here and grind nanites for a little bit and get it. But I'm not. But they only have C-class. But I need to fix my things with I think two microprocessors and one wiring loom. First, cell.
Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received.
Mm,
It's too bad you can't really see third.
Units received.
okay. Keep this navigation data. All right. I'm gonna buy two of you
Product received.
and one of you.
Product received.
God, the wiring loom here is 91,000. One. Alright. I'm glad I'm not staying here very long. Longer. As soon as I repair these, I'm good to go. Wait. Oh, a lot. Apparently, my life support, broke too. All right, that's all fixed.
Oh.
Ooh, that's these are really nice ships. Very expensive ships, but very nice one. Yeah, these are very expensive. All right.
On the plus side with this mission, I can collect some stuff from here. So I might make some extra money off of that.
Yeah. Oh, yes, asteroids everywhere. Give me all of your ingredients. Cool. Really?
Really?
Well, the one bad thing about it is that I need to make aromatic seal. Can I make one? Yeah.
Product constructed.
Is that
Are you
there
bonking the
since
asteroids?
yeah since you bonk the asteroids, you break stuff.
I mean, when
There's
you get to a
so
comfortable
many.
spot in the asteroid belt, just when you get to a comfortable spot in the asteroid belt, hit the pause, and then your ship will stop, so you can just like hover and attack asteroids around you, and then you respawn instead of stopping.
No, I'm trying to go to the station, and you had to pull, and it was close enough where I had to pulse drive. That's fine. So I wasn't like going around is fine. Uh, all right, cool. Oh, a solar ship again. 7 million, not too bad. Hyperdrive range is garbage. I'll have to move that over. The
Such silent, much excitement, so sci-fi. Hey,
what?
Atlas.
Ow.
Chat.
Chat. What about it? Right.
Stream chat. I'm just talking to you.
Yeah. I see it. I mean, this is kind of how it is for most of the time. That's why YouTube videos cut that. I can't talk very long periods of time. Let's see. Inhabited
So how you doing
outposts.
today?
Product received.
All right, let's go back over here. So check out this abandoned building.
If you're just tuning in, don't forget to go turn your Twitch drops on. If you
He's at
care
work.
about that.
He's at work. All right.
I mean, you can still do it.
Yeah, he can. All right. Yeah, he doesn't. He didn't care about it when I talked to him. He didn't care about anything. So.
Okay, fine.
I mean, he likes
I like people alone.
he likes the process of burning and stuff. I mean, I think the two pets are the only thing that are in the posters are only things that are really like drought specific. Yeah, it's snowing outside.
Bug.
It's snowing outside.
Yeah. It
Yeet.
started snowing yesterday. I thought it wasn't gonna stick, but
Yes, first thing when I got out in the morning and I looked outside, that's the first thing I thought. I was like, yeah, it stopped. So it's sticking to my jacket. So I was like, oh, it's going to stick if it keeps snowing, but I didn't think it was keep snowing that long. But whatever. It's fine.
I didn't either.
It's just kind of the way it is. All right. Oop. All right. We need right here. There. Gizionator. I haven't found one yet. I've only found C-class ones.
All of the
Okay. But I don't have it. I need to craft some ammo.
Product constructed.
Uh. Oh, really? That does way more damage. My thing is the blast javelin, which you charge up and it does a good blast, but it's very weak, so it's not even worth it. You know, I didn't get anything for it because I didn't have a microchip. Wonderful. Let's see what else is in here. Ooh, nice. Okay, cool. Have been deactivated, even though I'm right here. Alright. That was a kind of waste of time, but... Oh, back at the ship.
do I need to speak louder? Oh dear.
Hold on a second. I can fix that. Don't speak louder at all. Now, Troll.
Hello.
I had Discord cut down a little bit, so I think we're good now.
Okay.
The game needs to be pushed down just a little bit. Right. Hyperdrive has no fuel. What? Alright. Where? Of course it doesn't. Where is... Alright, I need a antimatter, which I need chromatic metal. Wonderful. I can go ahead and build one of these.
I always need chromatic metal.
Yeah. I wanted to sit here all day and just grind up nothing but copper. Just nothing but copper. This has copper
I
and mortite.
mean,
But that's like not fun to watch. So I have to do it on the go. Okay. Alright, let's see. That's mortite.
can I buy you? I can buy you. Cool. I get to move on with life.
What happens if you put this in a portable refiner?
Technology recharge.
Okay. Oh. Alright. I'll probably need you for later anyway. Where is copper? It's mortite. Copper. Cool. We... Alright. Are you kidding me? Why does it all automatically set itself to the biggest thing? Is it because I'm using it? Using the move method, it makes it bigger? Probably so. I think I figured it out. Oh.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Do, 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 do.
Okay. I am taking a black hole.
Oh boy. I can't wait to see if it throws you towards the galactic center or far enough away from it where it's like, well, I just screwed up. So I know how much they've changed black holes.
I don't either.
Come on, get up there.
Alright.
Here. I think that's what did it, yeah.
I'm also curious what I'm gonna break on the way.
But do you break something? Yeah, you break something when you go into a... Take
Yeah,
damage.
black holes break your stuff.
You take damage. Watch it break your entire ship and you have to sit there and fix it. Where's copper?
Alright, I am somewhere.
Alright, I'm gonna need more copper.
Distance traveled 706,960 light years.
Well, how far are you?
I don't know.
Well, you can bring up your galaxy map and see if you're further or way farther away from the thing. Oh, that's what brings it to.
I kind of. I've gone north quite a bit, or as much north as a galaxy has.
But are you further away from the galaxy core?
I have no idea.
Oh. Okay. I mean, does the little dot look like it's further in or far enough far away?
I mean, I'm on the edge of the galaxy, but I was before too.
No, you weren't. You were like, well, you were like halfway, wouldn't you?
Not really.
Okay. So I'm guessing you moved like just on the other side or a little bit. You turned basically. So you didn't really go towards the center of the galaxy. You went just. Oh. I don't know. I don't know your coordinates yet, so we'll find those out later on. Come on.
I'm somewhere.
Okay.
Fimasco 3 Junction.
Don't know what that is. Oh. Is this one of those things where... Oh, come on. Right here. Is this one of those things where it's going to be like... in the center of the mountain here?
No, because mountains don't have centers.
No, this berry technology is somewhere. Is it? All right, I'm just gonna go to that one over there. Because this one right here is, I had to dig a tunnel through the mountain to get to it. And this is a very mountainous area. It doesn't look like I'm gonna be having much luck finding stuff because it's gonna be like in the center of mountains where I have to dig so far. Get to them. There. Okay. But on the good note, I am on a paradise planet, so I don't have any protections I need to fix. Alright. There. Okay, so... Yeah, it's right there.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
Oh, by the way, what broke? Or did you say it already?
Launch.
Oh, launch. Okay, so you basically can't launch.
Well, I fixed it immediately.
Okay. Ah. Alright. Oh, are you serious? Psst, it brought me to the same copper deposit multiple times. Okay, there is a storm. Mordite, don't care about Mordite. Cobalt, don't care about Cobalt. Mordite deposit. Berry technology. Mordite. Copper is so far away. Alright, so go. See where this is.
Hmm?
Where this berry technology is. Don't really like this planet that much. It's not fun to roam around. It's very hilly and very mountainous.
Oh.
Right here. Got it. Alright, where is my ship? Here? Not gonna worry about. I get it. That's not enough. There's sodium over here. Right here. Okay.
I mean, I asked you how your day was earlier. You didn't respond.
It's really, really difficult to keep like questions going and stuff like that. Yeah, interactivity, but there's no one to interact with. But the partner and
Oh, you
we're
can
both
interact with him while he's here.
yeah. But like we ask, I'm not good at this at all. Like this is really, really difficult to do for me, unless there's a lot of people chatting and stuff like that. It's really hard to play a game and do that. Okay. Yeah, I suck at this so bad. But that's part of it. You learn as you do it. I just can't. I'm not as
Yeah,
charismatic as your hubby is, so I don't pick up on it as fast. But I do kind of
I'm
explain what
not
I'm
just
do kind of
scared.
ex- do kind of explain what I'm doing at all times. Uh, okay. I think that's it. All right, I'm done with this planet.
I'm shooting asteroids.
Yeah. All right. Go in up here. Let's get out.
Well,
I mean, I do. Whoa,
the whole asteroid belt just disappeared.
you're roboting very bad. Uh,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, like most questions are like, how day's been. Like it's very early in the morning over here. It's snowing. We talked about the spiderlings for a bit, and but you kind of hit a brick wall if you're not good at talking to people or just talking in general, which I'm not. Unless there's a good conversation going between me and Rose, there's not much else I can do. I mean, I could say like, oh, we've like, we've done this. This is how far we are, and but it's like, what's the worst job you ever had? Okay, we can answer that, but again, I'm not someone who it's not. I have to have somebody else to back me up when I'm talking,
Well, what?
and
I'm right here.
I know, but again, I'm like, I don't know. I'm kind of like I'm not saying I can't do it. I'm learning, but it's going to take some time. Whereas people who are very charismatic and very can just basically talk about nothing for a long periods of time can do it a lot easier than people like me. That's why your husband's doing very well with streaming. Atlas Chief, by the way, go follow him. um, and people like me are just struggling at first, which I knew is going to happen. Like this is just part of it. That's why I'm doing this every single day to get used to it. Yeah, easier
I
said than
mean,
done. Easier said than done. Like I'm
all
not saying
right.
I can't do it, but it's just I can't talk about nothing like you can. And I'm saying like I won't learn how to do it. This is just kind of how it is. Uh, Streaming is not
Ooh,
my
Outlaw
forte.
Station.
Ooh, nice. Not my forte.
Okay, Atlas, since you're in the chat, why don't you ask a question?
Before you leave, ask a question, and then we'll continue it. Well, yeah, like I said, I'm a very chill streamer. I'm not a very rambunctious streamer to begin with. That is literally in my tags.
I mean, we pretty much
But
already hit the talking points.
yeah, yeah, we've hit all of them. Like, well, yeah, my passion is drawing, which I'm not doing right now. Like, it's a lot easier when I'm drawing because I can just sit there and just talk about stuff that I'm doing and everything else. But if I'm playing a game like this, I can talk about the Twitch drops. I can talk about, like, I could talk about, like, my history with this game and stuff like that. But, again, I have about 5 hours to do it. Alright, I need to make some stuff like that. Again, it's not something that I'm not saying I will never be able to do. It just takes time for me to get used to it. It's going to take years, or it could take years. I can make a thing real quick. Because talking and doing something at the same time is kind of off-putting for me. Yeah.
But personally, my passions are definitely story.
Yeah, which this game does have. I've never went through it. I've always skipped through everything. But it does have some sort of a story of why you're here. But I mean, like I said, like it just takes practice to get to where you are. Not everybody is just automatically going to be the best streamer in the world. I don't care about being the best streamer in the world. I just do this to have fun. Like if I'm having fun, that's all that really matters. And then once that is achieved, trying to figure out how to get the interactions and stuff like that. Like I'm not very good at being a public speaker. That has never been my forte. Which I'm trying to break that, but it is going to take some time. Let's see. All right. All right, cool. I got all this stuff. Which try to.
He asked how you got into drawing.
I've already said it on a previous stream, but basically I started. What do I need for this? I need ferrite dust. Why do I not have ferrite dust? I have whatever. But basically, as a kid. Wait, what? Hyperdrive still has no fuel. What? All right, fine then. Fine. I'll get some ferrite dust, I guess. I mean, it's kind of the whole thing where I just wanted to learn how to draw. One of my I don't want to say like cousins or whatever. I've never met the person, but she drew. I was a big fan back when I was a little kid of Darkwing Duck, and she drew a picture of Darkwing Duck, and I liked it so much. I'm like, how? It's like the kind of the first like art related thing I remember having, like this is art or whatever. I'm like, how did you take a pencil and do this? So I basically started learning how to do it, and then of course I was really into cars, so I started learning how to draw cars and such, and it just kind of went from there.
You could probably send Sita an awkward drawing of a car, and he would be able to identify it, regardless of how poorly you drew it.
Maybe.
Definitely.
Maybe. I mean, I can name cars
Definitely.
just by looking at them, but if it's like a box with the wheels on it, it's like, what car is this supposed to be? It's like, I don't know. But basically, yeah, that is pretty much the origin story of how I got into drawing. I don't mind telling the story over and over again because every time I tell it, I remember something else more from it. And maybe I'll show those drawings on stream at some point. As soon as I can figure out these, because I know the Darkwing Duck is faded enough where Walt doesn't scan properly. Uh, right, I need ferrite dust. Where am I? Where is? Do you have ferrite dust? Yes, you do. Yeah, like I know it's going to be asked a whole lot, and that is perfectly fine. It's just that when I'm put on the spot where there's like a test or something like that, I'm not a very good test taker. I just kind of blank out, so I have to struggle to remember how to do it. Which that is kind of what I'm using streaming for, is to kind of get through that. Oh, hello there. Can I? Can 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 I get you? You're adorable. Come here. You're adorable.
Oh,
Okay. So I was mining one of the rocks and it turned into a monster, or it turned into a little creature. It started scaring away. So I'm like, oh, I can't do anything to you.
no, I wanted to so many times, but you can't.
Yeah. I mean, I can probably do that, like on a stream at some point, but not right now in a gaming stream where I'm trying to find Rose, who's on the other side of the galaxy. I don't even know where she is right now. We haven't put our beacons down. We're not gonna do that until the end of the stream, so we can pinpoint how closer we are from each other. But that's an idea. Let's see. Now I
Ooh, Frank.
now I can make the
Time to murder some pirates.
there. Now I can make this. Put this in the starship, so hopefully I can get off this place. Get out of this place. Let's see. I can make another menu and then make another one. There. Oop. And plus, I will say this. Knowing you in person, I know you probably don't like the whole chill vibe streams where it's very laid back and stuff like that. You like a lot of talking, a lot of explanation and stuff like that, but not everybody likes that. Doesn't mean I shouldn't talk a lot. I should. When I'm drawing, I am talking a whole bunch, but for games like this, when I'm doing basically a marathon, a 5-hour stream, I will not have a voice after I'm done with this. And my voice is already starting to crack and give up on me. And we're only 2 hours into the stream. Oh. Alright, see you later. Ooh,
Bye bye.
why did I go in here? See, I started talking, I lost track of what I was doing. I don't even know what I did. Supposed to be warping, not going into the Nexus for some reason. Alright, let me get away from this. But yeah, like, he is right. Like, most people don't, or some people, like, don't really like chill vibe streams, and that's fine. But it's a skill that
Yeah.
you develop over time. So the more I stream, the better at it I will be. But I don't expect to be a good streamer to his level, where I'm interacting with people and stuff like that, for like a few years. Like, it's gonna take a while. But again, I'm more chilled out than he is. He is very bombastic, very animated, so to speak, and that's good. That's what makes him unique. But
Yeah.
it is a very difficult thing to do for people like me who just don't talk. I don't really talk all that much outside of like comfortable home environment. I know you don't believe me when I say that, but you've gotten glimpses of it before. You're like, why are you talking? It's like, that is just me. That's how I am. I don't really talk all that much, and if I do, I say it in like, I try to say my answer in 3 words or less. so I don't have to continue talking. So with this, I'm gonna upgrade this. So with this, I would have to kind of break that out of that shell. All right, let's see what you have. Encrypted data. Cool. Got navigation data. Let's see what you have. Purchase upgrade modules. Do you have anything above a C class? Ooh, it's a B class launch thrusters, but I'm going for. Okay. Okay. I wonder. Can I put 4 upgrades to here? All right. Well, I do need to make some more. More warp cells. Fill it up. So how many can I make? Alright, I can't make another antimatter thing because I need more ferrite dust. So I can go and get that real quick. I do have a planetary chart for an inhabited post. So I can go check that out. Do I have anything to sell? I don't think so. I don't. Nope. Alright, what to. Ooh, hydraulic wiring. That's could be useful. Wiring loom's always useful, so I might just get a few of these. But since it's in a negative demand, so it's cheaper over here. So I might put that back in the back just in case I need them. I'll put that in my ship. Oh, there we go. I need to finish. I didn't even finish them. I haven't even finished the things yet. Man, what am I doing? Alright, buy 2 more. Oh. I didn't even finish it, so okay, I got that. Guess what? I need I need a magnetic resonator. I need 5 antimatters to get that finished. Okay. That one is finished. So I need 2 magnetic resonators and 4 more antimatters. How many more antimatters can I make? Okay. I need more chromatic metal and condensed carbon, which I can go get that real quick. Alright. Alright, there is no resonators here. So basically I need to go. God, my voice is starting to give out.
Already?
Mm-hmm. I don't talk a whole lot, so when I do talk a lot, my voice just kind of goes out after a while. It usually happens when I did hit the 2-hour mark with my streams anyway. So, but this one is going on for a lot longer than that. Especially tomorrow. Hopefully I can get it to be like an 8-hour
Yeah.
stream.
Ooh.
Alright.
Ooh, I got a B-class freighter.
Did you buy it? Or...
No, I saved it.
Oh.
I saved it from pirates.
Ooh. That's nice. Hopefully it has warp drive in it.
Doesn't look like it, no.
Does it have anything in it?
Nope.
Okay, so it's not a glitch. Alright, come on, I need to say what are you? What do you have? Pure ferrite carbon. Okay, I need carbon.
You might have to do like quest stuff for it. I don't know. I don't have the answer, but
Maybe.
the only thing I can think of.
I need a lot of ferrite dust. And we'll figure that out later. God, this rock looks exactly the same as the other rock, but it's a completely different thing. It's an unidentified material.
Okay.
Oh.
So that's handled.
Right, hydrogen. That's carbon. This is a condensed carbon? If I scan it? Yes, it does. So I can just annihilate all these things and get all the condensed carbon and carbonate. Mining laser. Let me use phosphorus. At the jackpot.
Okay. I mean, I suppose we could do questions.
Yeah, we could. I mean, I do have a list of them that I have. But again, it's one of those that we could just talk about together. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Don't look at me. I'm not doing nothing. Go away. Go away. That's what I
Okay.
thought. That's what I
If
thought.
there's something that you want to talk about.
I mean, I'm excited for the future. Like, we can talk about. I mean, we can talk about how we got into No Man's Sky. That's a good one. I was one of saving for a while to kind of bring up when we have a big audience, but
I mean,
I guess we could now. Oh, excuse me.
you got me into it.
See how easy? See how hard that is to come up with an interesting story.
I mean, so
What is that? It is.
I
glowing.
didn't know anything about it.
That is.
So I didn't know anything about No Man's Sky at all. I barely knew the game existed.
You barely know it
And he's-
exists. So you do exist
Because he knows I like games. Yeah. Like I'd heard of it.
Okay. Continue.
So he knows that I like building games. He's like, hey, you can wander to different planets that all look like radically different, so you can find one that suits you and build a base there and build infinite bases and teleport between them. I'm like, yes, that sounds good. So I stuck it on my wish list, and I think it was like 3 days later it went on sale on Steam. Like I was expecting it to take a lot longer.
It usually goes on sale when the new update comes out. So I think it's on sale now on Steam. I'm not sure about that, but I believe it's on sale now. But I kind of like, but yeah, I kind of like, I was getting into this because their new update was coming out, and I've never done an expedition before in the game. They've been going on for like a year for that. So I was like, I want to see what these expeditions are, and how to do them. And then I showed her a trailer of it, of what you can do and everything else, and she got the game and played it. It's like, this is okay. This is only okay. I'm okay with
I mean,
this.
It's nice. It's It's chill. I can build as much as I want. I can explore as much as I want. I can go find pretty planets and explore them and find cool animals to tame.
We
I
can
like
do
it a lot.
we can do challenges like this where we're trying to find each other, but we're taking our time. We're not really like in a big hurry. I mean, I'm hoping that we can get somewhere. So let me yeah, let me get this. All right, so I need to find chromatic metal. So do we have copper, sodium, uranium? Ooh, uranium's good.
Lump
Uranium's
sisters.
uranium's good. I need to get over there to that. Let me hit that up. Oop.
Radiation protection.
But yeah, your overall thoughts is that when you saw the game, you saw what it was, like procedure generated planets and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And base building. That's the big
I mean,
thing.
Sita has
Base
this
building.
thing where he'll recommend me something. Yeah, Sita has this thing where he'll recommend me something. I will show interest, and then he will like panic, thinking that I'm only interested because he suggested it, and then be like, "You don't have to get it if you don't want it."
Yeah, I mean, because it seems like I've nailed how a lot of my friends work, even if they don't know it or not. That I was like, oh, if I see something that if I hang out with somebody long enough, I kind of know what they like. I just, I know what they like. And I know that they will enjoy if they give it a shot. So I could just sit there and just recommend stuff, and most people just like they'll take it. Some people won't. Like Final Fantasy 14. Like I love that game. I do think a lot of my friends, if they played the free trial, they would like it. But because of the MMO, and because MMOs are notorious for grinding, which Final Fantasy is no different, and it has that very like 300+ hour story to get to the end game. I understand that they look at that and be like, yeah, no, that's I can't do it. Even though I know that if they really cared about it and tried it, they would love it. Which is it's just kind of saddening, which is kind of sad in a way, because like I know they would love it, and I can play with them, have something else to play with them with, but they don't want nothing to do with it because of they see that link and everything. But to some of my friends' credit, they did try it, and they just didn't get past level 10 before they're like, I don't know, this is a lot. This is kind of boring. I don't want to
To
have
be
anything
fair,
with it.
ARR kind of sucks.
I mean, ARR it sucks at first, but after you get past that and get into Heaven's Sword, and I think when you get to Shadowbringers, it makes ARR so much better. Like you feel like I went through the grind, went through the hell to get to this really good part, and this very
Heaven's Word
special part.
is probably my favorite expansion.
It is.
That I don't think that's changed with Endwalker. It's straight up my favorite expansion.
Endwalker and stuff like that. I think Shadowbringers is my favorite expansion overall, just because of the stuff that it built up to, the hype moments and stuff that it had. I'm a sucker for like
Oh yeah.
super long build-ups to this just gigantic hype moments, and that is what Shadowbringers was. It was just hype moment after hype moment. It's just a celebration of all the game has put together up until that point. Except for Stormblood. It builds off to it and just builds off the characters that are already really well done, and it just had these epic hype moments throughout the entire thing. Endwalker wasn't much of a big hype moment towards the very end. It was more like another build up to it, just explaining everything that was happening. Which I liked it. I think it's my second favorite. Heaven's Ward would be my third, and I think I like ARR now that I've played through it 3 times so right now. At this point, I like ARR better than Stormblood. To be honest, I do not like Stormblood. I don't
That's
hate
fair.
it. I don't hate it.
Stormblood has its issues.
I don't hate it, but it seems like oh, a worm. Well, hello there. That was really cool. But yeah, it's Stormblood just it feels like it's so separated from everything else. Um,
It does.
and it feels like it just does not belong in the world. Whereas like Heavensward and everything feels like it belongs. Even Shadowbringers feels like it belongs. It just I don't know. It's just for some reason I don't hate it. I like it. It has some of the best dungeon designs in the series, my opinion. Some of the coolest boss fights, and I do like the Omega raids. Then again, I played Final Fantasy VI, and I love Final Fantasy VI. It's my favorite Final Fantasy game. So having all the boss fights.
Yeah, the
and-
Omega Rays don't have much to do with the actual.
I'm talking about Sunblood's that whole expansion. The story is kind of whatever. But like again, I've played through Realm Reborn 3 times for me to actually get it and like it. I haven't played through Stormblood enough times for maybe I see the good in it. It is a good expansion and I did enjoy my time with it. But for like Endwalker, but for like Shadowbringers and Endwalker, it's just there's no comparison. And Heavensward too. Heavensward I like. I'd like it a little bit less because it is nothing but straight high fantasy. That is, if you know me at all, high fantasy is my least favorite like genre. It is very very difficult for me to get into something that is, like that. All right, Randy, I need to go here, but Heavensward did get me into it, and I did enjoy it for what it was. I didn't let that get to me. Anyway, that's my history of Final Fantasy 14, which is not the game we're playing right now. Let's see. So the game we're playing right now, I remember back in 2000, I think it's 2012, 2013. Right, I need to go on another planet that has copper on it. 2012, 2013. I saw the first trailer for No Man's Sky, and it blew me away just like it did everybody else. This is it was like, man, this is like a AAA game, and I'm like, when is this coming out? Like, I can't not wait for it. And then I started seeing trailers, started learning more about Hello Games and what they did previously and stuff like that. There we go. And they did, I think, Joe Danger 1 and 2 previously with very like mobile style games. And like I was looking at that and then looking at those trailers and stuff for No Man's Sky. And I'm like, how? And I figured the team was like 10 people. And I'm like, literally, how are they doing this? This must be some type of black magic for this for this to happen the way it is. This is too good to be true. And you know what? It was. Because when I got the game, the 1.0, ooh, this is really cool. I think this is a glitch planet. This is really cool. It's a column planet. Okay, this is cool. I want to take a screenshot of this. How do you take screenshots with Steam? Is it F12?
You can go into your camera mode.
No, I mean, like, how do you take pictures on Steam?
I don't know. You've done that more than I have.
Okay, it's F12. It's F12.
Okay. Does it function F12 or just F12?
It's just F12. Alright, so that's going to be the thumbnail for this one. All right, dihydrogen ferrite. That's nice. I think this is a glitch planet. I'm not sure. Um. Oh, can I
Oh, but
tame
it's
this? Can I tame this? Can I tame this? It
I
is now
do
my.
have a
It is now
complaint.
my pet. This rock formation that is glowing is my pet now. Hello, hello, young
Nice.
one. Hello, young one. Feeling sad? No, I must pet you. You must feel happy. Okay, so I can't put accessories and I can't ride you. But you know what? You are happy. I am happy. You are now my pet now. God, these look cool. Uh,
I do have one big complaint about the technology braking system now.
hmm. Okay.
Is or especially in the starship, why is my technology breaking when my shield isn't down?
Is it what? You is it
My
down?
shield is still up. They haven't broken through the shield, but I take technology damage. That should only be on actual damage.
All right. Challenge time.
Ooh,
It is challenge. It is that time. Okay. So let's head over to here. All right. Who's it going to be? Who's going to get the challenge? You got it last time. Did you complete your challenge?
yeah,
Oh, good. Because you have another one.
I've got I got the multi tool. Oh,
Okay. So what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
I
Man,
don't
you're
know. You have to
they're
tell
being
me.
they're being mean to me, mean to you today. Oh, okay, not too bad.
What?
Build an exocraft.
Uh, okay.
Okay. All right. So let me get the timer back up. Should we take our lunch right now, or should we? It's 12:05. Should we take our lunch, or we should
I
wait
mean,
another?
it's
Or
probably a good idea to take it now and then restart the timer when we get back.
well, I'm gonna have the timer going anyway. When we're gone, we'll put it up to 20 minutes. So, uh, yeah, I think we can do a little bit like a 20-minute lunch. I think it's about right. No one's really watching right now. I'm joking. Uh, oh, I'm supposed to see that. All right, so get back to the game, and we're going to mute the game for now, and then we're going to okay, and we go here. All right, we're going to take a little bit of a break, 20-minute break for lunch. So we will be back in a bit later. All right. I don't know what happened to music. I guess I accidentally muted the music. Whoops. Sorry
Oh,
about
that's
that.
unfortunate.
I mean, like it ran for a little bit, but I guess I muted it by accident. I do apologize, everyone. Um, so we're going to get the timer start. We're going to see how much longer we can go. It might go like 2 more hours. So we're going to get that. We're going to get that started. Uh, all right. What on? What? That's not the current time. What? It's 12:31, but it won't let me. It won't let. Oh, okay, that's right. It's military time, so it's going to go with 13 instead of 1. There we go. All right, our next challenge has started. Let's continue on. Oh, oh no,
What?
my controller.
Disconnected?
Yep. See control options. There it goes. It's back. It back now. All right, so
Beautiful.
we left off. I got a new pet, Nabi Nabi, and then we're
Not me.
going to this gold depot. Before we find some copper and get some more chromatic metal because we keep running out of it. Um, but when I left, we were making we were talking about how we got into No Man's Sky. And I stopped off on the story of seeing the trailers from the Game Awards and excuse me, seeing like all of the promotional material, learning about Hello Games themselves during it. And I said, when I left off, it's like this game is too good to be true. Um,
Which it was.
and it was. Sorry, my mind just stopped. I was fiddling with something. Yeah, it just basically stopped. And so I was. Wait, what? What was I talking about? I am all over the place. I completely forgot what I was talking about.
No Man's Sky was too good to be true, and it was.
Yeah, so I got the game. I heard like weeks leading up to the game, there was that leak where somebody got the game early and basically told them what it actually was and everything, and what happens when you get to the center. Because the big thing was getting to the center of the galaxy. That was how it was marketed. That was your main goal: get to the center of the galaxy. Um, so somebody leaked it. Somebody got to the center of the galaxy within like I think a few hours. And then all right, I'm done with this. Go away. Job milestone. And just like, yeah, it's basically what it is. Um, glitching separator. What the hell is this? Oh,
Did you
it's an
find
item. It's an item from the thing.
one of
Silver.
the base part pickups?
Yeah, it looks cool, but not
I think I
used.
have one on my main save.
Well, I mean, it's not that one. It's something completely different. All right, that's gold. I also there's supposed to have copper
Isn't the
in here.
glitching separator the really tall rock looking one?
Yeah, I think yeah.
Yeah, I have one on my main save.
Glitching separator, rare stabilized glitch. Retrieved from a malfunctioning planet, safe for rehousing and habitat. I don't really need it. I'm going to get rid of it. I don't have a glitching separator. I have other things. Um,
I have a few glitches in my bases.
but basically, I was like, all right, I kind of know what this game is, but I already pre-ordered it. I'm still going to play it, and I grabbed it. So I got it for PS4. Um, and I got it. I think I still have it, or my brother might have it. Um, ooh, okay, I found some stuff that has chromatic metal. Nice. But I got it and I started playing it and I enjoyed myself with it. For what it was at the time, I enjoyed myself with it. I got lost in it and I spent about 40-ish hours. 40-ish hours in it. I never completed it, never got to the center of the galaxy. But then again, that wasn't really the point. It's just to explore all the cool looking planets and stuff like that. So I mean, I enjoyed myself. A lot of other people didn't because they didn't realize what it actually was, which is perfectly fine. It was touted as something very, very different. Um, so it sucks to be them. But I so I kind of let it aside, and I was going to and yeah, just kind of like okay, that was a good little experiment, little fun little romp through this thing. Um, but I think I'm kind of done with it. I'll probably play it ever again. And then it started getting updates. They started adding a bunch of new stuff, adding upgrades and stuff to the planets, adding upgrades to like your exosuit. Started fixing stuff that people had a lot of issues with. And I was like, okay, that's pretty cool. They're fixing it. And then it went on sale on Steam, as it always does. And I picked it up on PC, and me and a couple friends started playing it together because they added multiplayer, actual full true multiplayer. And it still wasn't what I wanted. I mean, it's still the same, but it was much much better. But I did play it a little bit. Played it with my brother and my cousin. We had a great time with it. But we kind of got bored after about a week. We kind of saw everything there was to see. But I kind of kept up with it. Uh, but I never played it. And then I started playing at the beginning of this year. I started playing it again. Um, and they added the new pirates, the new Sentinel stuff, and I thoroughly I thoroughly enjoyed my time with it. And I think, okay, this is what I wanted it to be right now. This is something that's as relatively good and chill. I can just chill out on and play. And then I got Rose and Atlas into it, and they've been enjoying it. So we're doing something like this challenge right here. So it's been a very fun ride, um, so far. So, and I'm still looking for freaking copper. I swear it was on here. It's my starship. There's been gold deposits. There's silver deposits, but I haven't seen a copper deposit yet. I'm very upset. Also, my pet spider, uh, is showing like some very interesting symptoms. I know he's in pre-molt, but he is very so it's very interesting. That's why I was late. We were late coming back because we are trying to figure out like, should we worry about it? I mean, obviously I'm going to worry about it because it is my first T, my first tarantula, and he's still a baby, and I'm trying to figure out how to keep him alive and what I'm doing wrong, so that
If
if he unfortunately passes, I'll learn from my mistakes so I can fix it in the future. Um, so he's showing some very odd symptoms. I don't. He's not dead. He's still alive. He's still alive, but he's a lot different. That's why I'm guessing he's like in pre-molt, and there's not really much to worry about. Just kind of let him do his thing. He's still eating, which is not a sign of pre-molt. Um, so we could think it'd be he's getting dehydrated. So we're put a little bit of water in there, and we're gonna see where it goes. Tomorrow I'm gonna go to the pet store when we go to pick up food for the teas. I'm gonna talk to the pet store talk to the pet store about it. Let's see. Oh, I muted the game. I didn't unmute it back. Shame on me. Hope it wasn't muted throughout the entire stream. That'd be bad. All right, I'm heading back to my ship because apparently this doesn't have any like anything but silver and gold deposits, which is good if you're getting that sort of stuff. But I'm looking for copper so I can make chromatic metal out of it. I don't know, can you make chromatic metal out of silver and gold? I never tried that.
no, you can't.
You can't. Is it only copper?
Nope.
So it isn't.
It's copper, cadmium, emerald, and indium.
Okay, emerald does too. Ignium does. Okay, that's a. Ooh, what is this? Oh,
And then you can get like 2 or 3 from the rocks that have it.
yeah. All right, I'm gonna land here and get another navigational data and go from there. So yeah, that is my experience with this game. Been playing for quite a while, basically ever since launch, and watched it kind of grow into what it is now, which is, I mean, it's still buggy. Like multiplayer is still very iffy. I'm hoping that a future update is a multiplayer update that kind of makes it more in tune, because I know they're heading into a more multiplayer direction with the game, and it's great because multiplayer is awesome. But sometimes I feel like it just doesn't work as well as it should. Um, So
I've still got my fingers crossed for a group only version of the Nexus, so we don't end up in different servers all the time.
yeah, that is the thing. I think you can go into your network settings and find your server and switch to whatever server your friends are at. So you can technically
That's,
do that, but you shouldn't have to. With the
I
newest
mean,
update,
yeah, a group should automatically be on the same.
yeah.
Like it's got some optimization problems with multiplayer.
hmm Finally, a copper deposit. Finally, after 84
What? What?
years, I finally found it. Now I gotta go obliterate it real quick. Where's my pet at? My pet needs to be here. There he is. Where's he at? Oh, where'd he go? What? Okay, well, I guess he didn't appear. Because I don't see his symbol around. Where'd my pet go? There he is. Look, there's my pet.
Uh,
He is feeling hyper. I will gently pat him. I will love him. Or it. It's a bunch of rocks.
I would look if I could, but I can't.
I know you can't. But the people there watching can. They can look. So, basically what we're doing is we are doing what is called a rendezvous challenge. It's a challenge that, like, I don't think anybody's ever done. I'm pretty sure people have. But it's basically me and Rose here are trying to find each other. We start brand new save. We started yesterday, and we're gonna try to find each other in in the universe. And we can't use like groups. Can't use like groups or like the Nexus. Okay, inventory's full. Cool.
Can't use groups, the Nexus, teleporting with portals. We
Yeah.
are allowed to use black holes, but it's debatable how much that helps.
Yeah, we don't really know how much that helps. Um,
I'm somewhere.
inventory's not full though, is it? No, I still have slots available. Oh, we've been charged depleted. Okay, that makes more sense. Let's put it on the smallest setting so we get the maximum amount of copper from this.
My
My,
throat
my,
is full of
my pet
crap
rock is
after
all in the
eating.
way. But basically, yes, we're trying to. We are using a third-party program or site called Pilgrim Star Path
Start.
to kind of calculate how far we are from each other if we're going closer or further. But that's the only thing we're able to really use. We did decide, however, make it a little bit easier for ourselves, is to head towards the galaxy center because we're on opposite sides of the galaxy. It seems reasonable to head towards that meeting point, or use it sort of as a meeting point. I don't think we'll actually get there. I think we'll meet before we get there, depending on how it is. Um, but yeah, that's kind of what we're doing at this point right now. So it's gonna be a very very chill time. Make sure we are actually getting enough materials. I'm keep running out of chromatic metal. I need it for basically everything. So I'm just making sure I get enough copper so I don't have to keep hunting chromatic metal everywhere I go. Um, apparently it's a delicacy. Well, at least for me it is. So I almost completed this. So it should be pretty good. Yeah. This
That's
game
rude.
this game has been pretty good. The new update, I do like some of the changes. I know they're fixing a lot of them, which is a good thing. I'm hoping that when the new update that's on the experimental thing, when it drops, that my actual mining, my actual ship gets better hyperdrive bonuses. Because it doesn't have
Yeah, same.
it doesn't really have the hyperdrive bonuses. Like I can go and get a solar ship or a fighter ship and have the same amount. So I know that big fix is the inventory is great. It's just I wish there was like a little bit more tweaked a bit, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna work on it over time. I don't think it's gonna be um that big of an issue over time. I know it's gonna be right now it is for some people, and that's completely understandable. But I'm hoping that they are able to resolve some of the problems people have with it, so they can make it ultimately make the game better. Um, that's the only thing we need from it. Okay, so I need.
I've only really got one big complaint about the update so far, and that's that your technology even before your shields go down. Like if like if pirates are attacking you, you'll take damage like 3 shots into the fight, even though your shields are still perfectly fine.
Yeah, they'll shoot through your shields. That's kind of a bummer. All right, we get my portable refiner out here. Put all this copper in there. Only 290. It's gonna take a minute. So, do we have anything other than training relic? Got some stuff. There's not much here. I think there's no buried technology here. I see. Usually I go looking for that while this is going. If I can go look for a subterranean relic, see if I can find anything there. Oh. Yeah, it's the void cubes. That's all it is. Vortex cubes.
Oh, the vortex cubes.
Yeah. Oop. I'm right on a hazardous flora.
Ooh, that's not good.
Yeah, just land around on top of it.
Get out of there before it like destroys your life support or something.
No, I got him. Alright, I can probably get some cobalt on here. See what else it gets me. So, since I play Final Fantasy 14, and I have a Discord that I like to throw questions in every weekday. So, the question that I threw in there today was, "What is your worst job you ever had?" And my answer was basically, I'm on the underside of it. Okay, no, this is where the cave starts. Is when I worked at McDonald's, which is my very first job I've ever had. Was working at McDonald's. It was obviously being McDonald's is very miserable. And how far are you? Cool, just in time. It was very very miserable. Like it was a job that like they only allowed me. Ooh. They allowed me to my last drop. I got my last drop for the day. I think.
They allowed you.
Claim now. All right, I got my last drop for the day. I hope everyone else got theirs. It's getting theirs. But yeah, I forgot what I was saying. I am all over the place today. Ooh, nope. Get that goes in here.
McDonald's allowed you.
Yeah, they only I worked the weekends because I was in high school. But after I got out of high school, I still worked there. I should have quit when I had the chance, but I still worked there. And I have a lot of. I used to have. I think I still do have a lot of scars and stuff all over my hands from the grease splatter and stuff like that. It was not a fun place to be. Um, the people there they were okay, but they were like, I don't know how to put this. They were fine, but they were like, you know, they just kind of I was just kind of the new guy there, and I only worked 2 days, so I didn't really get along with a lot of people. I mean, there's some managers that are really cool, and I still sometimes talk to this day, um, which is good. Um, but most of it's like they didn't think I could do anything. They thought I was how do I put this, special. I'm trying to do it in a very very condescending way. I don't like saying it. Uh, but they thought I was not that I was not like fully formed, so to speak. Yeah, I just put it that fully
Oh, they
formed.
thought you.
Yeah, they thought I was special, and that's because I didn't really talk that much. I didn't really hang out with them. I was kind of always very very shy. I'm still very very shy. Didn't really talk out all that much. Ooh, a traveler. Um, and yeah, it was kind of like an awkward experience. They had me do the dishes for most of the time, which is fine. They had me do the cooking, everything, and it would constantly get on me for being slow, and always tell me to speed it up. And it's kind of hard to speed up something that is timed in a certain way. So like when you put the grill, when we had it, we flash cooked them. So we put the meat on the grill, and we put like a clamshell thing on top of it, and it hit for like I think a minute or so, and it cooked them, and that was it. You salted them and took them off the grill and put them into the trays and put them into the thing. It was timed, so you can only go so fast and make so many at a time. And they kept getting mad at me
Fair.
for being slow. And I'm like, I'm going as fast as I possibly can, but I can't go any faster. So that was a thing. Let's see, why do we have no that don't hydraulic. So they didn't really have my best interest in mind, which is fine. I mean, it's McDonald's. It's a it's a beginner's job anyway. Unless you're going to management, I don't suspect people will stay there that long and actually enjoy working there. I've never met somebody who enjoyed working at McDonald's. Well, actually, no, I did. One of the managers did actually like enjoy working at McDonald's. She was pretty cool. But like most everybody else was like, I just want to get in, do my job, and leave. Um, but it was not a very good experience because because I was technically slow compared to everybody else, and they just kind of constantly got on to me for doing stuff wrong and everything else, and I don't know, like it was just a very bad thing. It would make me very very depressed. So I did. Oop, go. You're going. Okay. Go. I did eventually was able to get out of there, and I moved to a retail job, which was a lot better than McDonald's ever would be, ever. So that was my worst job I've ever had. What about you, Rose?
Definitely the Marine Corps.
Wasn't it your only
I mean,
job you've ever had? Technically.
so between that and my current job and being a mom is basically my options.
Yeah, mom is a full-time job on its own.
So, yeah, out of those three, definitely the Marine Corps is the worst. I think that would be the worst even if I had like 30 jobs just because of how bad it was. Like it screwed me up really badly. It was just a very toxic environment.
Yeah.
It was much better for like the men than it was for women. They didn't have that toxic sort of environment that the girls had.
Hmm. Yeah. I mean, some of the stories you told me
What
was like, I couldn't stand for that. I would have been like trying to keep myself like discharged as much as possible. had to deal with that.
I mean, in a very morbid way, thankfully, my lungs gave up on life and they did discharge.
And he cut out a bunch of times.
I, I mean, in a very morbid way, thankfully, my lungs gave up on life and they did discharge me early.
True. So it's just a bunch of bad things. Probably some things that you have talked about happened to me at McDonald's, which is pretty. It's pretty bad.
I mean, I
So
remember like vividly, like one of the worst things that happened. Not like in a list of like the top 30
yeah,
because I haven't ranked my experiences, but so we were getting work done in the warehouse, which I was in charge of because I was main.
right.
Uh, so I had to get the guys to actually work, and they weren't working. They were just standing and throwing stuff around, being dickholes, you know,
Hmm.
as you do. Um, so they had thrown up. Do you know what a ball valve is? Like for
Uh,
plumbing?
I think so. I mean, I did help install the bidet. Um, but I'm
Okay,
not sure about
so
the ball
imagine,
valve. Can't think I know what a ball valve
yes.
is.
Okay, so basically it's a valve with the ball in the middle of it, with a lever that you turn that either opens or closes the valve. It's a
Yeah.
straight valve,
Okay.
not a turning one. So imagine one of those about the size of your forearm,
Mm-hmm.
made entirely out of metal. They had thrown this up and gotten it stuck in this. And I think everyone can know where this is going at this point.
Yep.
So I was trying to get everyone to get back to work because we were supposed to be counting the 500-gallon drums and inspecting them for any damage, making sure we had them all, making sure they all worked. We're all standing in a group, and I didn't realize until like 2 minutes later when it happened because it was just a sharp, searing pain in my left shoulder, like an inch away from my head. But yeah, that giant fuel ball valve that they had thrown up there had fallen right on
Mm.
me. And an inch difference probably would have killed me.
Well, luckily you didn't. But yeah, do
Yeah.
have shoulder
But
problems, so.
yeah, on that shoulder. Even worse than that, they sat me down. They wouldn't let me go to the corpsman, which is basically our like nurses. They wouldn't let me go to medical or anything because they were afraid that they were going to get in trouble. And now, like almost a decade later, that shoulder is so messed up.
Because they didn't. It,
Yeah.
yeah. Uh,
Like I don't know if it would have been as bad if I had been able to just go, or if they could have taken care of it at all. I mean,
yeah.
I'm sure they could have, but just the idea of, oh shit, we hurt her, therefore we're gonna get in trouble. Like,
Yeah.
really? Is saving your own ass more important than me having a shoulder that works for the rest of my life?
Yeah. Woo. Found an abandoned, like, supposed to be an occupied settlement, but it's a abandoned occupied settlement.
One of the festivals?
I mean, it is like the abandoned stations you come to, but it's not. Alright, I'm out of here. I'm not taking any more damage. So I need Magnetic resonators need that to work. Alright, I didn't take any damage from that. Okay. And I got larval cores out of it. I'm pretty content with it.
Nice. But yeah, that was my absolute worst job.
Yeah. Being a mom has to be the hardest job out of all of them, but definitely not the worst.
I mean, yeah, but my boss is pretty amenable.
Who's your boss? For being a mom,
For
who's your...
being a mom, my boss is my kid.
Ah, fair enough. Oh, that's interesting. Little plant thing. Alright, I'm gonna look for... I guess berry technology, if they have them.
Thermal protection falling.
I got one that's really, really far away. What's one over here? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, McDonald's was pretty bad, but like again, I didn't have to live there. I actually got to go home
Yeah.
at the end of the day. And sometimes I didn't. Sometimes I had to work over because some people won't show up to work and all that other stuff. So it's that was fun. Like I wanted to go home. I was so tired, and then they just wouldn't let me go home. But again, like not as bad as being like, oh, I got physically injured. I mean, yeah, I got burns and stuff. Um, from working at the grill and having the grease slosh everywhere, because we didn't have enough time to clean the grill and get it all like taken care of. So like I had to work with like a mess of the grill. Um, but again, it's not. My shoulder's still functional. I mean, my body is still functional
Yeah.
because of it. And when it's bad enough that you're like applauding, getting like a applaud, like getting like, oh, I would say a bigger health risk, which is your breathing. And it's like, oh, this is better than where I'm at right now. That's saying a lot.
I mean, physically it screwed me up, mentally it screwed me up. It was just a horrible environment while I was there, both physically and mentally.
Yeah.
It was horrible.
Wait. What?
I mean, the big thing I got out of it is it got me out of an even worse situation by enlisting, but I I am glad to have it all behind me.
Yeah. You can move on with your life. That's what you need to do. Just move on. Which you are. You're taking steps to do that, which is good. Is it good? Um, but yeah, like I mean, we could do the exact opposite. Be like, what is the best job you ever had? But obviously, for yours, is probably being a mom.
Yeah.
Yes, that's pretty obvious. If it wasn't, it'd be like, why? Um, for me, it'd be kind of what I'm doing now, even though I don't really consider it a job because it's not making enough to be sustainable just yet. It's getting there. But what I do now is basically Cedar Draws, which you're watching now, is part of the overall brand. Like I'm an artist who draws, obviously Cedar Draws, and I make like merchandise like stickers and stuff like that. We do have them. Um, if anybody's interested and wants to support me on this journey, it's Etsy store is available if you type exclamation point store in the chat. It'll take you to the store. Same thing with socials. It'll take you to basically everything. You get commissions and stuff like that from there. So basically that's what I do now. Even though I'm not making enough to be sustainable just yet, and I'm having to, survive on little to nothing. Luckily, I have good friends that help me through this, which is a blessing. And I will have to be picking up a part-time job starting next year. Just something, just something that I can just, I can still focus on the business, this right here, and and still like get some type of income to pay my bills and stuff like that. Because my bills they don't have a whole lot of bills. I actually managed to keep them mostly down. Because I don't need a whole lot. Just basically car insurance, uh, the car insurance, phone bill for my phone because I need a phone nowadays. Um, and that's about it. That's pretty much the two big ones. Like I do have YouTube Premium, which yeah, paying for YouTube is something, but man, I haven't had to look at ads in like 4 years, and it's been wonderful. That is worth the $10 a month to pay for it. But I'm pretty sure at some point they're going to raise the price of it, and they're going to have to really think about it. So, but until then, right now it's like $10. That's not bad. I don't mind. But yeah, basically that's basically all I have. I had to stop playing Final Fantasy 14 for a little bit until I get more financially able. So I'm very sad about that. Hopefully I'll be able to gain enough to play it at least for a few more months. Put this in here. This in here. Put this in here. Alright, now we can go. Ooh. There's some flying centipedes on this planet. Alright, but yeah, basically that is the best job I have right now. Second is going to be kind of weird. If I take like a quote-unquote real job that I've had McDonald's, and then I had a retail store called Publix. It's a chain down south, and I worked there for quite some time as well. And then I worked for 2 years at a wood shop, a carpentry shop, making staircase parts, and that was probably the best job besides the one I do right now that I've had. Because like it was enjoyable. It was low key. They actually recognized me because of my speed, of how I did things. Like the other two jobs kept complaining it was kind of slow, but for what I was doing there, I was kind of fast, and I was able to put things together really quickly, and it wasn't too strenuous. Had a really good teacher and everything else that I got along with. Everybody else there was really good. They're really good people. And it was great until COVID hit, and then everything went to crap, and I got laid off, sadly. But up until then, it was pretty good, and I didn't mind being there. But what I'm doing now is way more exciting, way more nerve-wracking, and just overall fun. And that's the point, is it to be fun.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. If you don't try to live your life to the fullest, I know it sounds kind of cliche at this point, each and every day or whatever. Just try to, if you don't like where you're at, just try to find something that you do like. Then it's just not worth it to have. That's unfortunate. Then you're not really living at that point. You're just existing, which I don't. I've done that for many years before. Don't worry, but it's just one of those. It's like I rather. It was three. Okay, it's 3 charts for a exosuit upgrade. So I'm actually going to go
Ooh,
ahead. So I got 2 of them. So I'm actually going to go find those to get me an exosuit upgrade. I'm glad they added that into the game.
excuse me? What is a redacted planet?
I don't know. Okay. I think it's part of the glitch planet type thing.
I will find out in a minute.
Yeah. But yeah. Okay, he is sprung back to life. My little little spiderling has.
Good. Was it a water issue then?
Might have been. So I might need to. Well, I think
Just make
maybe.
sure there's always a droplet on
I
it.
mean, wait, because we thought he was. Ooh, there's a crash freighter there. Because we thought. I'm gonna go here first. Because we thought that we were stuffing him too much with stuffy. So he took so he took we have him in a glitter jar. He's small. We have him in basically a glitter box with holes in the side of it. And we thought it was
Before
like
anyone panics, it has never had glitter in it.
no, it never had glitter in it. Because the bolt caster. But we had him in there, and ew, get these fluids out of here. Ew, living slime. Um, oh man, 245,000 from that. That's nice. But basically, um, we have them in a little, jar because spiders, tarantulas are very cheap. They don't really care where they are. They're not like dogs or cats or snakes or whatever. You have to have a specific thing. As long as you keep them in like room temperature, nice. Antimatter, I need that. As long as you keep them in like their semi-environment as best you can, and you research your stuff, your spider species, then you could easily take care of one. They're relatively cheap. Unless you want one that is more rare. Um, so. But I digress. Yeah, we thought we were putting too much water in it, so the humidity was up way too high. So undid the top, which is the little bitty holes for the glitter to go through the top. So we let it air out a bit, and then I think everything just kind of dried out. Um, so that could be it. I don't know. We'll see. He's a little snappy right. He's a little bit chippy right now. So. But yeah, I know he is in pre-molt, so he knows he's gonna be acting weird. Oh, there it is. Right there. So I'm not really... Well, I am worried, but not too worried about it. Yeah, just over 16 minutes to our next challenge. Not really looking forward... What is the challenge you're not looking forward to out of all of them? We haven't really read them all out, but...
Hmm. That's a good question. What's one I don't want to get? I mean, same as you, I really don't want to scrap my ship, but that seems like such an easy answer. It's not fun.
Yeah, that's kind of the easy one.
Let me see.
Well, you also don't have the list there,
Yeah.
or the full list. mean, a lot of them you kind of know. It's mainly like
I'm
difficulty up and
I'm
whatever
trying to
else.
pull up the. I mean, those I don't really care about so much.
I mean, permadeath is also one.
I don't really mind enough. Previously, I would have said I really don't want fuel to be expensive, but we're already there.
Well, yeah, and I honestly, it's not that bad for me at least. I know we'll have to make some
I mean,
more
it's so much more
stuff.
grinding. You need so much chromatic metals just to make a couple of jumps.
I mean, yeah. But like I mean,
I
I mean,
I
I
suppose if anything at this point, I don't want. I suppose if anything at this point, I don't want to be restricted to only crafted.
only crafted.
Yeah, so
you
like
cut
you
out.
have to use life support. You can't use oxygen. You have to only use. I don't want to have to only use the crafted things. Like I want to use either oxygen or sodium, not necessarily ion batteries and life support gel if I don't need them. Or I mean, there's a bunch. Starship Blunt fuel.
Yeah.
The Starship Shield recharge battery things.
I mean, that's why I'm collecting.
I don't want to
a ton
get
of
stuck doing
resources.
that.
That's why I'm collecting a ton of resources. um. I mean, that's why I'm collecting a lot of materials. So I'm like, if I do happen to get that, I'll be happy because I'll be able to use it very well.
Yeah. I mean, it's rare that you get to use like uranium instead of Starship launch fuel anyway, so that one's not really a bother.
I have a ton of
But
uranium. I mean, I still craft Starship launch fuel, but now that I have it, I can just throw it in there and be done with it. All right.
I almost never run off of uranium anyway, so that particular piece of that doesn't bother me. But if like my life support's really low and I forgot a gel, I want to just be able to fill it with the oxygen I've got on me.
Yeah. I mean, how do you make life support gel? Anyway?
How do you?
Yeah, it's the hydrogen jelly and carbon.
Yeah.
It's not that. It's not too bad. I mean, I'm using the
It's
oxygen
not like
as well,
expensive, but and I know it's better to use life support gel, so I try to keep a bunch on me, but I forget. Just like
Yeah.
everyone else in the universe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's one of the ones we have to like
And I
be kind of on point with ourselves, not use anything.
yeah, and I usually leave my dihydrogen in my ship because it's for the Starship launch fuel. So if I'm not rocking it around, I will forget.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Do you have ship? Ooh. Hey, there's a pink gun here. It's a big one too. Sleep of Gravity. What it's called. It's pink and turquoise. It's C class, so it's god awful compared to what I have. All right. Do you have? Please tell me you have an S rank. I am begging you. Please have an S rank. No.
Hyperdrive or
Hyperdrive.
I'm
All
making
they
the
have,
nanites right now. I can't leave this system.
all they have the A ranks for is for like I've only ones I've seen the A ranks, even B ranks for all the way up to S rank, or like for combat. I wonder if
Yeah.
there's a
The
way.
system I'm in right now has an S rank launch thruster module, which I
Yeah,
want.
I've seen that one, but
But like a lot of them are combat.
yeah. All right, I need to go ahead and throw that one in there so that I can just finish it up later.
I've gotten slightly distracted by
Product received.
searching for cargo pods around this crashed freighter.
Yep. All right, cool.
That's what's in there.
Oh, I already have that one in there. So, need. I think I have to go to the Nexus and get where I can craft a magnetic resonator, but I'm not gonna go only for that. Okay. So I'm like ready to warp out. Okay, to my look at that Corvax system. Wait, I have to. I think I made a mistake.
What happened?
Cause it switches to. Cause sometimes they'll switch the Galaxy map to mission.
Oh yeah, I
So
try to make sure to fix that every time I jump.
okay, cool. Uh, yeah, okay. It's a Galaxy core. Oh, this is a. Okay, so I'm heading to the station here. Cause it's a good way to make a lot of money. And I might hit up that. I got a distress signal, so I might hit it up. Why does that happen?
Hostile scan detected.
What? Really? I can get attacked by sentinels just by doing nothing in space? Maybe, yeah, maybe when I clicked in, because for some reason my game likes to click out. I'm not able to fix that. Um, I've tried everything. But yeah, when it clicks out, maybe I shot the station. Okay, let's see. Mm. Excuse me. Mm.
Your excuse.
Oh, they really like this. Alright. Let's go see what that distress signal is that they gave me. Alright, I need to put this back up here. Alright, it's right there. Let's see where to get to. I think this is a settlement. Yeah, I think this is the start of the settlement quest line. Yep. So instead, I'm going to go right here. Ooh. Alright. Ooh, there's a pink building here.
Ooh.
Okay. Got some more navigational data, that's good. We can use that to get exosuit upgrades.
Units received.
Okay, cool. And of course, this thing up here. Ain't nobody got time for that. Okay. So I have enough navigational data so I can go get another exosuit upgrade, which I probably will.
Product constructed. Product
So
constructed.
how much chromatic metal do I have? 244, I guess. Build
Product constructed.
5 of these. Build
Product
5 of these. And then I can just build 5 of these.
Product constructed.
Okay. And I'll have it. So I am good to go. Alright. 2 minutes until our next thing. I need to keep going that. So I didn't set my alarm clock. So I gotta keep on with that. Okay. Alright. Wait. Yeah. Uh,
Product received.
cool. Now we'll look for the next jump. That, I wonder if I can't remember if I checked this. For the ships.
I hope it picks
Huh?
you this time.
Okay. Launch thruster module. Okay, that's pretty good. Starship shield module. Hyperdrive module. Yes, I will take that.
What rank?
A.
Nice.
Right here. And I will dismount this. One. Place it with this one. Okay, now I have a hyperdrive range of 433. Whew.
Oh, my laser. It's time.
Yep. 6, 5, 3, 2. Alright. It is time to do the next challenge. So
Please
So,
pick Sita. Please pick Sita. Pick Sita.
please don't pick me. You're doing a good job not picking me. All right. Let's see. Oh, look at here. It's Rose
What?
again. It's Rose again.
Are you?
All right. Running the thing. Let's see what you have to do. Buy the first ship you can afford.
Is it possible for it to pick you?
I don't know. I can roll it again, but the thing still stands. Okay, now it's both. So yeah, it can pick other people, other things. So buy the first ship you can afford.
Oh. Why do all of these cost so much money?
That's why I've been kind of loosely grinding money while I do stuff like this.
I've been grinding money this whole time. This whole
The
time.
will knows all. The will knows all. Okay. Gax core.
Oh, she's out of money again. Better give her a money
Yep.
centered challenge.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Damn it.
I don't know how. I mean, how much are they usually going for? I mean, what you can since you have
The lowest
go ahead.
the lowest I've seen where I am is 13 million.
What you could do? Do you have a second ship? Do you have the radiant pillar and the second ship? Don't you?
Yeah.
What you could do?
Try and trade in.
Yeah, trade in the radiant pillar for another ship, and that'll cut that. Because as long as you have two ships, you're good to go. Okay.
Excuse me.
Alright. Stop at the station. Go here. I did say I am warping a lot more than I did yesterday. Don't know how many jumps I've warped. I did, but I'm warping a lot more. Warping more consistently too. Oh my goodness. They have an alien blaster here.
Oh, your goodness.
Yeah, they have an alien blaster here. Compare. How much do they want for it? Okay, they want 8 million for it, and I think yeah, it's better in every way than mine. You know what? I'm not. I'm gonna keep it what it is. I got a good rank on mine. I can add like starship. Yeah, they don't have any S ranks here. Yeah, I need to.
Must be nice to be able to say nod, right?
What? I couldn't hear you.
Must be nice to be able to say no, I'd rather not.
It is. I mean, I'm grinding money also. Like, I could probably stick here for a little while and get it. Oh, I forgot to put the timer back on. Uh, 13, 14. Start. There we go. Alright, timer back on. Yeah. I mean, I've gotten pretty lucky. With this.
You've only had challenges, and one of them was both of us.
Mm-hmm. I need a resonator.
Pronouns received.
I mean,
Nice.
I'm usually pretty stable when it comes to challenges like this. Like, sure, is it bad? Absolutely.
Constructed.
Um, but you know,
And also,
I
your audience can't see me doing the challenges. It's kind of less fun.
yeah, it is less fun, but again, we can't. There's no way to like see what you're doing. Even if we do a video and we have it like in the off the have like you're recording yours secretly, we edit it all together. We can't really do that because it'll break your computer. So sadly, for now, maybe in the future we will be. For now we won't. We're not able to do it. You put the resonator in here. I know.
Technology recharge.
Okay.
Ouch.
All right. I need to summon my freighter if I can. Yeah. 'Cause it has a lot of chromatic metal for some reason. I wonder, does it actually just
Comes
generate?
with a prob.
No, I mean it didn't have much of anything. I put it in there and it started gathering a bunch of stuff. So, I do need it. I want to take that out. That chromatic metal is very useful because it didn't have fuel tones in there, and it did generate tones. So it also generated platinum, gold, silver. So it looks like it's generating something. So I'm gonna try to send a fleet, the little frigate out. See if I can do that.
Oh, you haven't done that yet?
No, I didn't have tomes. Okay. View potential expeditions. Balance expedition. Assign ship. This one. Uh, there we go. Cool. It is now sent out.
Beautiful.
Hopefully, in the future. Put that magnet resonator in there too. Hopefully, in the future, I will be able to. Ooh. I'll be able to figure out how to do the warp drive thing, so I can give it a warp drive, so I can warp places. All right, let's go find that drop pod. All right. I just noticed my my explorer is a very blue metallic color.
Ooh, nice.
All right. Let's see what this drop pod is. Here. Whee! right. Uh, what is the best gift you've ever received? That's a good question to ask.
Best gift?
Best gift.
Product constructed. Constructed.
That's a big one.
Technology prepared.
Yeah.
Technology prepared.
I mean, I have an answer for it. It's a very sad answer, though.
Okay. The sadder the better.
Radiation protection.
No, that's fine.
I mean, if you say so.
I'm just messing with you.
So, um, year I went into the Marine Corps, so I was 19, 18? 18.
1918?
My la I think I was 18.
Was it
Yeah,
20?
so I
Was it?
was 17 going into boot camp, so
Okay.
I was 18 this time.
Okay.
So the year I went into the Marine Corps, my grandma died.
Hmm.
And she died in like July, I think. And she had this thing where it's she never did any shopping until like 2 weeks before the event. So she never did like early birthday or early Christmas shop. But when we got to Christmas that year, there was a gift from her. That it's a glass music box. I have it upstairs. I can show you some.
Mm-hmm.
It meant so much more because she had to have gotten it so early. And I was the only one in the entire family that ever got that kind of early present from her.
Well, sadly, I don't really have much of an answer for it. I mean, gifts are something I never really liked receiving. Period. I like giving gifts. I don't like receiving gifts so much. It's
I
just
know.
I don't like it. Well, you're not the only one here. Uh, so it is very rough for me to pick out like what is the best gift I've ever received when you don't really like getting gifts, when a person doesn't like getting gifts. Um, but I don't know. I don't have like an answer like you, where it's got this very beautifully drawn out story about like your grandmother like you know it's not, again, it's not a bad thing, but it's your grandmother like basically you're getting a gift from her, but right after she's uh, passed. It is way down here.
Yeah.
Um. Oh man. But yeah. So I don't really have an answer for it because it is one of the questions I'm going to be relaying to the FC at some point. But I just do not have a good answer for it, and it kind of sucks because it's a very simple question. Everybody recognizes a gift that somebody's given to somebody that is kind of like, oh, they remember forever or whatever else. And I, as of right now, don't have one that I can just think about. I mean, I could be like, oh, the gift that of that Darkwing Duck drawing that that person gave to me um, was the gift that set everything up for the future for what I'm doing right now or attempting to do right now. And I mean, yeah, I can probably use that, but even then, like, I only time I ever think about it, I don't think about it as a gift. I just received it one day, and it's like, oh, this is pretty cool. I just don't know.
That's fair.
And it's kind of sucks because I don't have a good answer for it.
Units received.
At least right now, I don't recall anything. My memory is very bad, so I might jog it later on. I'll think about it. Be like, oh, I know exactly what the gift was. But sadly, my brain is not working right now, so I don't have that knowledge, unfortunately. Where is?
I mean, that's the only gift I've ever received with that much meaning to it. So it's easy to think of as like the one.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's not a bad thing. I mean, it means a lot to you. Um, so that's all that matters. Is this thing in the core of this planet? Like you, like you say, this thing's reachable, but it's not. No, let me go in first person. Maybe it's reached. Cause like it's underneath the crust. There it is. All right, I was able to get it. I had to go into first person, but I was able to get it. All right, now I need to get out of
So
here.
it looks like I can turn this on for about 3 of them.
Oh my goodness. Where's the hole that I dug to get down here? It should be around here. Or, uh-oh. I am lost. Oh no. Okay. Go over here. Oh, okay. There he is.
Cool. I've bought the first starship I could afford.
Congratulations. I'll just have to take your word for it. Okay.
Radiation protection falling.
Unknown building. Let's go check that. Or head out. That looks like another drop pod. Oh, it sure is. Am I the luckiest person?
Product constructed. Product constructed.
Went to get a exosuit module, ended up getting 2.
Technology prepared.
Aren't you very
Nice.
envious?
Yes.
Correct answer is yes. Yeah, I've been having pretty easy time with this. And then again, I haven't really got anything yet.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have. I mean, okay.
I have not been having an easy time of.
I mean, mom was like, "Oh, do a quest. Do like a simple quest to go over here. Do this. I mean, put the thing on difficult or whatever. I know that I'm gonna get one that is gonna be like, you are going to lose
Scrap your ship.
everything. Scrap your entire save. Split your save and start over again. Um. So. So yeah, it's a. Okay. So I'm waiting for that. It might happen, or it might not. Uh. Let's see.
Technology recharge.
All right. So I can probably get out of here. Hit continue on my way.
What are units?
Huh?
What are units?
Oh, those things you can just save up. It's pretty easy actually. Just save up.
I get you. How? Every time I save even a meager amount, the game makes me go make a bunch more so I can spend.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna get something that's really gonna put me back. But until then, I am cruising along.
If it rolls.
Yeah, it may. It might. Go here. Ooh. I like the smoke effects underneath the ships. Makes them look like they're actually, I don't know, ships, not just static objects.
4 exosuit upgrade charts.
Uh, I can get another one. So, oh my goodness, this is plus 4.8%.
Units received.
Cool. Mm. Alright, I haven't did that planetary chart. I'm gonna go ahead and use that.
I just got 4 exosuit expansion parts.
I'm on my fourth one now.
Product received.
Okay. Man, it's good. Oh my goodness, there is a solid pink explorer in this station. Oh,
Don't make me jealous.
I mean, I'm not getting it. I don't even know how much it is because it flew away before I was able to get to it. I'll probably come back when I come back to check my stuff before I leave. Hopefully it's there. Okay. Unmapped. Okay, so I got a minor settlement I can go to right here. Oop. Okay, head towards this thing. I want to ask you, Rose,
Me?
what is your goal in life? Like, what do you want to achieve before you? I don't know.
Die?
Before you leave, yeah, before you die, basically. What is the one thing you want to achieve? So I never really asked because you kind of go along with everybody else. So no one really knows what you actually want.
I mean, I suppose if anything, I just want to spread love, I guess.
Spread love. That
Cause like,
sounds so cliche. Ooh.
I mean, cause like we live in a world where like we're not allowed to want that.
Are we not allowed to watch
Like,
that? I mean, I know everybody's very nihilistic and stuff, but
I, I mean, yeah, in a way, I mean, you know me and how much I love like expressing that sort of affection.
hmm.
But like more often than not, it's more troublesome than it is like a good thing. Like I think it's a good thing. Obviously, I'm the one doing it.
Mm-hmm.
But like I've had a lot of blowback about it.
About like how you portray it.
Yeah, and about like people thinking I'm being unfaithful because I am as affectionate as I am, even though it's entirely platonic affection. I don't.
Oh, for 110,000 units, I can buy an exosuit upgrade chart. Also buy
Wow.
navigation data. Yeah, I mean, like
So I mean,
it's. I mean, you are someone that I know of that is sometimes over or very overly affectionate, or would be considered overly affectionate. Uh, and I don't think it's because we're not allowed to. It's just that we've been like
well, it used
kind of
to
melded
not
to.
be such a weird thing to be affectionate with people, even if they weren't your SO. Now, or the world we live in, is just ludicrous
Yeah,
about any type of affection, but especially physical affection.
yeah. I mean, well, physical it is very different for people to think. So I see it a different way than most people do, but again, it is okay. Ooh, mining beam module. I got to upgrade for my mining beam just by talking to this guy. Uh, so it is. Okay. It seems like you're a
And I'm
unit
also
before.
just like, oh, I'm also just like a really strange sort of person who needs that sort of affection
I
and a
mean,
lot of it.
I mean, it. I don't want to go into too much because I don't think it's. This is not the place to really talk about it. But it could be something to do with something that's happened in the past, whatever that has made you the way you are, good for better or for worse. Um, like there's some stuff that I feel like I need, but I've gotten kind of used to like whatever I want, I can live without. There's not a whole lot of stuff that I just if that is all gone, I cannot live functionally, except for like obviously food and stuff like that. But I'm talking about like people or items, stuff like that. Yes, like
I
I mean
mean,
humans are
I
very
can live without it. I just don't necessarily
yeah, but
like I can get
you
it.
don't
So
need it.
why?
It's one of those you don't really need it to be happy. If you can be happy with being by yourself Like, learn to love yourself and be by yourself a lot and not need it all the time or not need it to be happy. Like, I have to have this particular thing in order to be happy. That is the big drawback. Like like I am kind of indifferent to affection. Like, it doesn't do anything for me. I just do it because it makes other people feel better, which is the more important thing. But like, I can live with it, live without it, and it doesn't bother me really too much. How much people do it is that there is something that is like, oh, it's too much. Um, and it is like really a sign that usually people that because I'm not a therapist or anything, but I've talked to about this, they need something like that. It's not necessarily affection, but it's they need something. Um, like, they just need something, and they can't live without something. And if if the entire house burns down and I lose all of my stuff, all the things I built up for, and I had to literally start from ground zero and work my way up. I mean, I could do that and be perfectly content with it. It's not it's not the end of the world. Like, if I have an SO and I lose an SO or something like that, and whatever, I know it's gonna be hard, but I will be able to, like, live without them because you kind of have to. Because
Mm-hmm.
I don't think meeting your maker early is the right way to go. And I've noticed, and I've heard stories, getting pretty dark here, but I've heard some stories of like, um, uh, my mom used to work with somebody, like an older gentleman, and he, you know, his wife passed away, and he couldn't live without her, so he, you know, left. Left. That's why probably where I'm gonna end up putting it. Just left. and and it was kind of like weird because it was kind of celebrated in a way, where it's like, oh, it's so sweet because you couldn't live without her or whatever else. And I don't really agree with that at all. I think that it is really really tough.
Yeah, I don't either.
Um, it's really 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 tough. Not gonna lie, it's gonna change you forever. But I think you'll be able to make it without you know doing stuff like that. So, um, it is kind of a dark subject matter. Kind of went into a dark subject matter, but that's kind of how I feel about it. Is that as long as you're not using it because you have to have this to be happy, like that, if you can live without it for many years and feel perfectly comfortable. It's kind of like the same thing when I talk to like people who are very very extrovert that need people around. Like, no, you don't. If you learn to live with just yourself, I'm not saying be like close yourself off forever. No. um, Being completely alone for long periods of time. No, no, that's not what you should. You shouldn't do that. That's very bad. But learn
That's
to be.
that's bad for humans.
Yeah, that's bad. But be okay with being by yourself for moments of your life and not having like an affection, not having someone around to talk to at all times. Because it's going to happen. You're going to be alone at times. Um, Hopefully not long periods of times, but like, I can be around people and then I can not be around people and still feel the same. I'm very happy with who I am. Um, there's an S grade launch thruster module. But there is also an A rank hyperdrive module. So I will actually install that now. So as long as you're not using it for that, I'm not too too it's not going to be the end of the world.
No. I just wish for a world in which sort of platonic affection between people is
I mean,
not
even
like othered or looked down upon or this super weird thing.
I mean, even if
And the only thing I can do is like,
I mean, even if it is, it's still like a lot of people are not comfortable with touch. Like, it's just being touched and stuff like that, especially from somebody who is a stranger. If you know them a lot, that's fine. But if it's like a complete stranger, it is common courtesy to not touch them, to not do stuff like that, to give them their space and let them get to know you, and then you can start to
I
do
mean,
stuff
yeah,
like
but that's
that.
a different issue.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't think it's really looked down upon. It's just, I guess, certain ways people do it. Um, I'm gonna try to find that thing. I want to see how much it is. 'Cause that looked really cool. It's a bunch of shuttles here. How is it? It's a shuttle. But yeah, it is what it is. It's, I don't know. Like I know
I
what you
know.
I know what you mean, but it's just kind of how the world works. Some people are comfortable with it, some people are not, and it's just kind
I'm
of
fine with
whatever.
that. I just don't want people like look down at it.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, change is
Like
very tough.
I'm not asking some random person to be just fine with me hugging them, but I am asking them to not give a shit if I hug my friends.
Ah, you cut out again. Uh, to give a care about
Like
them.
I'm not asking some random person to be okay with me hugging them, but I would rather like they not give a crap about me hugging my friend or
Uh,
trying to read into it as like
ooh.
I like them something more than platonically because I want to hug them.
I mean, I think that's kind of something else. It's like the whole like shipping thing. But yeah, it can be kind of rough for people to understand that, because all people know is that if you hug them too much, they're like, there's something there. People read into it too much,
Yeah, way too much.
which, it is human nature to be curious.
I am a very affectionate person, but that
Mhm.
doesn't mean I'm an unfaithful one.
Yeah,
That implication hurts a lot every time I hear it.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, we all have our
And it,
issues with how everything works and stuff like that. It's just, oh, something.
sometimes more than that, it thoroughly makes me feel like something is wrong with me because I do want that much affection, even between friends.
I mean, I
And
don't.
it is just between friends. That affection doesn't go beyond that.
Hmm.
But no one else I know wants it the same way.
No.
And it is a want. It's not like I absolutely need it or anything. I'm fine without it. I like it. I enjoy it a lot. I want it, but I don't need it.
Hmm. Yeah. Again, I don't know. Like I say, you're not like, I don't think there's anything wrong with you because you like stuff a certain way. It just makes you different and unique. So I don't think that's ultimately a bad thing.
I
Um,
mean, the worst thing about it is ending up feeling othered all the time.
hmm. Anyway,
Like, it's great to be unique, but sometimes you want to be acknowledged as another person,
hmm.
not just the weirdo.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I just embrace it. Oh, it's a hyperdrive module in here, another A class. All right, I'm not leaving this until I have it in my hands. Because I'll make 3 A rank hyperdrive modules, and my hyperdrive is already 590. I'm already able
My
to jump.
hyperdrive range is 478.
Yeah, I have 1C and
I've
two
got
A
an S and
class.
a C.
Yeah, you got an S. I haven't found an S. I fear that moment I get an S, and it's like, oh, you have an S, right? Okay, guess what?
Yeah, I'm really, really not looking forward to the scrap your ship one.
No. I mean, in 24 minutes, we'll find out.
Oh, that one will probably have to be the last one of today because I gotta go pick up my kid.
Yeah. So in 23 minutes, we'll probably shut down the stream. So let's see if we can get.
Product received.
I'm gonna try another. I'm gonna try another one of these.
Product received.
All right. So first of all, let's see this distract signal, and hopefully, it's not a abandoned. Yep, it's abandoned building. God dang it! It does not want me to be happy. All right, let's go to the abandoned building. At least I can get some nanites for it.
Nanites are good, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm needed to get the A class, so I can have all 3 A classes.
Yep.
So it's not a bad thing.
I've spent so many nanites.
I think I've probably had around collectively 2,000 nanites in this total trip. And I spent all of them.
So I had to spend nanites on getting the personal refiner upgrade. I had to spend nanites to get the roamer geobay because that was the challenge. Was I had to make. I spent on the 2S classes. I got an S class launch thruster module and S class hybrid drive.
Yeah, that S class probably hurts you a lot.
S classes are
S classes are. Alright. It's an abandoned building, but I can get some larval cores and such. I'm not really too worried about it. Oh!
I mean, the
Finally!
are money,
There
at
was
least.
one. Finally. I saw there's a
There's
whipping plant.
one.
There's a whipping plant in here. I went through so many of these things and haven't got a whipping plant yet. Alright, user identified. Okay, cool. Cool. And it's gonna be nanites. Nice. 134 nanites. Cool. Sadly there's not a lot in here. It's just a one single building. Doesn't look like it goes. Yeah. It's very, very small, so I should be able to mop up these larval cores really quickly. And I gotta go find the drop pod. So cool. Okay. Got it. Stupid things. Oh, I took a lot of damage. Alright, I need to get out of way here. Okay, there is no. Okay. I took a lot of damage. What broke? Nothing broke? I am very,
Technology
very interested in what broke. What Maya didn't break.
Things not breaking must be nice.
I mean, I've broken some a couple times, but I literally got hit by one of those things and lost 2 shields. Something should have broken.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just really unlucky, but I feel like if I like twitch too hard, my
Okay, cool. Ooh.
So what do you want?
I am trying to get back in my ship because I don't like the way the health thing doesn't refill over time, and there is no way to fill it except for those containers.
your health block?
No,
Eat something. Like if something that gives you meat and you eat it, that will refill one of your little heart things.
I don't have anything that I can eat. I don't have a cooker either.
I mean, kill an animal. Well, it should give some sort of meat.
There's
Meaty
no
chunks or failing liver.
there's no animals around. There's nothing but death. I literally have to wait until these guys go away for me to actually kill someone because like I'm so low in health that if I jump out I get killed immediately. Yeah, alright, you know what, screw it. I ain't dealing with this. I'll go. Because I'm on a watery planet and I'm on an island.
Underwater.
Apparently they can swim. Alright. Guess I'll kill an animal.
Okay.
Oh, come on. Alright. Let's see. Right. Can't wait to get one of these guys as a pet. Hold on. Will my pet actually do something to him? Will my pet actually do something to him? Alright.
technology recharge.
Alright, oh. Yep.
Any more questions?
I am busy getting killed right now. 'Cause apparently
Oh.
those chunks don't fill up your health all the way. It says at maximum, but I don't see it. Yeah, it says exosuit nutrition system will restore 0 health, and for meaty chunks, I have to like cook it in order for it to do anything. So it does nothing. All right, whatever. I gotta leave anyway.
I'm sorry.
I mean, it doesn't tell you when it says that, oh, it's going to refill this much your health. It doesn't show you a meter showing you exactly how much that is. It just says, hey, you've been filled. Well, Indy is walking around, so. Anyway,
Good.
we only have like 13 minutes left before we do our final challenge anyway, so I'm not too worried about it. I got some moonies. I didn't get enough nanites, so I got to go back and do some more stuff. I still got a drop pod I need to find. So.
I think I'm ending with the drop pod.
Alright. Ooh, my mouth is dry. Voice is starting to. Well, my voice is always cracked. Alright.
I love the little math problems in the observatories.
I don't. That's why I never do them. Alright. Alright. Bye. Okay. I wonder if you can. There's a place where here you can buy food and stuff from. Come on, work with me. Let's do this one. All right. Now, why don't you go ahead and use it?
Ouch.
Alright. It's oh. Just over 10 minutes until our final challenge.
Woot woot.
Are you serious? I'm out of uranium. I did say that pulse drive is
Tritium?
Tritium, yeah. Pulse drive has been like really, you really need that. That's the only thing that I've really felt from this.
Yeah, you really feel the pulse drive. Because you can't mitigate that, like, at all. You can at least mitigate launch fuel
No, you can
by, like, trying to find the landing spots.
Yeah.
And running a little.
You can mitigate it by getting upgrades to it. But that's
Yeah.
it. And right now, I don't have any terrenium. Like, I'm in the middle of space, trying to find asteroids that have terrenium in it. And the scanner doesn't work.
Use your scanner. It'll bring you to a couple.
But the scanner doesn't work. I hit the scanner. It does nothing.
Yeah, it does.
No. I hit
The
scanner.
one you would use to scan a planet?
Yeah, the same one where it does nothing. I think that's an
It's-
upgrade.
It should mark it.
think
No,
that's-
because it
think-
does it for me and I don't have any upgrades.
I mean, I'm looking around. All I see is the station and the building, a site of interest. That's all I see. And I went to actual
That's
asteroid
odd.
went to asteroid belts and still didn't see one. So that's gold. Now I'm in an asteroid belt, so maybe I can find some. All right, I'm gonna hit that. Nope. It still doesn't point them out.
That's weird.
Because I know they're here because I'm hitting them. And they're giving me hyper clusters, they're giving me all these things. So I know they're here, but it doesn't. No, I got a pirate in the system with me. Gotta be careful.
Take them out and get some money.
I mean, this is not a good
Excuse
fighting
me.
ship. I try to. Unless I absolutely have to. Yeah. Yeah, or at least until I get a fighter ship. Okay.
Hey, I found a crash ship.
Ooh. Those are fun, aren't they?
Technology recharge.
Kales. Kales. Kales! I have discovered this.
Oh.
No, that's the name of the planet. Kayles, I think. Oh, these are mountains here. Let's hit a mountain. Alright, I need to find a... There, landing pad. Cool.
Alright, time to go scrap this. Make some money.
There's a storm happening right now. Ooh, nanites. I want that. That's what I want. Life support gel. I don't want that. Ooh, Corvex casting. Might be that. Another Corvex casting. Cool. Come on. Open the door. Okay. Alright, what do you want? What do you want from me?
Weather update. Storm clearance.
Okay, cool. Ooh, learn a new recipe, create a multi-tool expansion slot, or extract nanites. I'm gonna extract nanites. 114. Nice. Alright. That was good. Alright. That here. Alright, now I can use this one. Off in the distance, way on over there. Cool. I can leave now. here?
Hostile scan detected.
No. Screw you guys. How many?
Hostile ships approaching.
Oh. Okay. Alright, I'm getting in a pirate ship. Pirate fight him. Fine. Freaking die. Oh. There we go.
Technology recharge.
Where are you at? Got one more pirate left. Where are you at? Come on out. Oh, you're in a ship just like mine. You know this is not the best fighter ship, right? Yeah. It's melted.
Hostile ships defeated.
Cool. Alright. Where was the drop pod thing? Got just enough time to get there. Oh, there's a thing over there. I can just land at that. Land at this outpost. And then I can go over there to the drop pod. Oh.
Alright.
Alright, can I...
Where's my ship?
Oh. That's hazard protection.
Protection.
Ow.
Units received.
Okay. Cool.
Terraforming catastrophe.
Those are some interesting planets you got there. Okay. There we go. I think for this I need inner tubes and
Product constructed.
chamber.
Product constructed.
So I think I have everything for it. That one, that one.
Technology
There we go. Cool. Now I need to go back up here to where that is. Oh, it is challenge time.
Oh
Yep.
boy.
It is challenge time. So let me go over here. Come on, over there. All right, let's see who has it. Okay, so it's both of us. All right, both of us have to do this. Oh, that was so close. Oh, okay. We have to tame a creature. The
Oh,
one,
okay.
the one right next to it was scrap your ship. It almost hit it.
That's horrifying.
Yeah.
Okay, while I'm here.
All right. So, what do I need to do to tame a creature? I've already tamed one, so I could probably. Yeah, I have one more, so I can go tame a creature real quick. Hey, buddy. How are you? I will offer you food. I will.
Uh, bef-
I will adopt you as a
Before we
companion.
finish up for today,
Ooh,
that's where I am.
he's so adorable. Yeah. I need to go ahead over here, grab the save point, and then I need to throw down the save beacon, which is in my ship, which is over
Signal
there.
booster.
Signal booster, sorry, signal booster. It's a beacon. Don't lie to me. It's
I
a
have
beacon.
landed on a place with no animals, so that's gonna have to wait until next time.
Go to a planet with us have animals. Ooh. All right. So I'm gonna go over here, head up to here. Sorry, bud. Don't get in the way. Okay. So they head up the ship up here, which is on. It's just docked at a station. I do need to find. Does bone root help?
Oh, your stream is still on the wheel.
Oh, there we go. All right. So I talked to this guy right here. His name is 00. Uh. All right. All right. I am close enough to my ship, I think. To yeah, grab it. Signal booster. Okay. Uh, I need to put that. I need to put that in the Pilgrim Star path. Where I'm gonna write my coordinates. Just a second. EP. We'll see how far we've gotten to each other. E. Update location. Cool. Me. Where'd you put it? Where'd you put it? There, you put it right there.
Chat.
I know. I saw. Uh, okay. Um, we are now 600 and let me bring it up on on the stream. Uh,
Hey, I'm gonna
yeah,
swap over to this stream again.
yeah. All right, we are closer, I guess, because I mean we are 621 jumps with a 1600 hyper 1600 light year hyperdrive, which I don't have. None of us have. So we've gotten closer.
I think we were 800 before.
We were 800 before, so we're 200 jumps at least closer. Because you hit that
Black hole.
black hole. But it looks like you moved over from here to over there. up a little bit.
The
Up.
Galaxy Center might not be where we're going anymore then.
What do you mean? I mean, like,
Because both of us going there might be longer than us just picking a middle point between us at this point.
well, here's the thing. Uh, the way the galaxy map works, it's very hard to figure out where we are actually going to be going. Like that's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can zoom all the way out, and but you can't really pick where you're going. Um, so that is kind of the big thing with this is that we have to have something we go into. Galaxy Center, it seems like a big. It seems like it's relatively easier, and then when we get there, we have to find exactly where we are and exactly where we're going to be at. So it is a lot more difficult than for us to go to. So, but that's where we are right now. I can go ahead and put it into my phone, but I'll do that after stream. Well, anyway, we'll leave it here for tonight. For today.
Thank
Today.
you all for watching.
Yep.
If you're on YouTube, thank you for making it this far.
Thank yeah, thank God you made it this far. If you want to support us financially or whatever, or not, support us for watching, yes, but we do have a store, uh, Etsy store. So we're because I know Chainsaw Man's really big right now. We did this a couple months ago. I'm a big fan of Chainsaw Man's manga, but yeah, we have a store. We have Mob Psycho stuff. We have the Cryptid Slimes, Cryptid stuff. All these posters, stuff for V Sojo and all the original art prints and stuff like that. Like I'm an artist, that's what I do. So, do you want to see if you can find you something to buy? If not, that's perfectly fine. Just watching us, hanging out in chat, that is all we really care about. Um, but anyway, we have made it somewhat closer, and it's going to get even harder. The closer we get, the harder it is for us to get to. So we are, I think we right now we are 992,252.224 light years away from each other. This is not going to be a quick. This was never going to be a quick challenge. This is always going
I
to be
mean,
a
it
very,
was if
very.
we ended up like 3 jumps away from each other to begin with, but yeah.
Yeah, this is going to go on far longer than the next few days are going to. So, um, we'll be looking around and stuff like that. So, this might take years to do, but we're down for it. We're going to continue to work at it, and we'll see how things go. But tomorrow we are starting at 11 p.m. CST Central Standard Time, and
PM?
we'll be that'll probably be the longest stream we will have. Maybe
Wait, we're
it
starting. We're starting at night.
11 yeah 11 o'clock, not p.m. a.m. Did I say p.m.?
You said PM. Yeah.
Okay. Well, 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. And we're gonna be going a lot longer than um to hopefully a lot longer. I mean, it just depends because these do wear me out. My voice is already starting to get gravelly and stuff, so I'm not gonna be able to talk that much for the rest of the day. I might even have a sore throat tomorrow. Who knows? Um,
I mean, we have to be off by 5 because my hubby will be streaming, and our internet cannot handle 2 people streaming at once.
yeah, I could barely handle one, much less two. So,
Yeah, so that means a maximum of 6 hours tomorrow.
yep. So we will continue this tomorrow. Thank you everyone for hanging out, and until next
Hope to see
time.
you there.
All right, until tomorrow. Later.